Cory here. So I was feeling crook since Monday Arvo, and just retreated from the world. And thank God I didn't have to go out into the world and conquer anything. I could just kick back and watch some Australian telly. But when you're sick, when you're crook, the world is a much scarier place. I think Einstein's theory of relativity has something to do with noting that the position of the observer changes how we understand the data. And the experience of being sick, all right, it gives me an opportunity to just completely reset my system, because all my normal concerns kind of go out the window, or my normal obligations I usually let slide. And I don't try to accomplish anything much when I'm sick. Now I come back to the land of the living, and I see these riots in LA, and it's like, what the heck? I just can't imagine like throwing stones at law enforcement or punching law enforcement, and seeing people in Los Angeles threaten federal agents such as immigration enforcement, the ICE agents, throwing stones at federal law enforcement vehicles. Just such a degree of self-destruction and antisocial impulses on vivid display. It's hard to wrap my mind around it. But the more you have to protect, the more you've got going for you, right, the less likely you are to engage in this kind of risky, edgy behavior. And the more clearly you see the future, the less likely you are to engage in this risky behavior. And the higher your IQ, which means you see the future more clearly and you have more going for you. Even if you're not rich, if you have a high IQ, you know how much potential that you have to create something good in life. I think the less you would engage in this kind of reckless behavior. So I conclude that these people acting out against ICE have to be overwhelmingly morons. Now, when I got on Twitter Saturday night, I noticed a great deal of bloodlust on both the right and the left, right? That the left wanted to go to war with Trump and his representatives, such as immigration enforcement, and the right wanted National Guard troops sent in and these antisocial criminal forces subjugated. And so, yeah, a great deal of bloodlust on both sides. But the more you have to protect, right, the less inclined you are to be enthusiastic about blood in the streets. Now, there's a group in California who have a great deal of power. SEIU, they're essentially the union for janitors. And their former name is the Service Employees International Union. And you would hear them for months rioting outside of hotels, and they pushed the Los Angeles City Council to force a minimum wage for janitors to $30 an hour by July 2028, which just seems an insane amount. And you may think, if you're on the right, that there's been a great deal of backlash against the left in Los Angeles, but the Los Angeles City Council is more left-wing than it has ever been. And it's in large part due to the overwhelming power of public employee unions and other unions, such as this janitors union, that essentially have the Democratic Party in a stranglelock. Okay, I saw some great posts on X. I want to scroll through them. I love this quote by E.O. Wilson. Communism, great idea, wrong species. And another way of understanding this is that all sorts of terrible ideas are also great ideas in certain contexts. And so in certain contexts, you want a xenophobic police state if that is the best means you have at your disposal to survive a dangerous situation. And sometimes you want a lot more social cooperation enforced. And sometimes you want more individual freedom, depending on the context. So Trump is deploying the National Guard, and California Democrats say we need to lower the temperature. Wonder what Brian Stelter has to say.
It is notable how many California Democrats are trying to bring the temperature down, trying to bring the volume down tonight. Whether that's California Governor Gavin Newsom saying, hey, they want a spectacle, don't give them one. Or it's Congressman Ted Lieu saying this is purposely inflammatory by the Trump administration. You have California Attorney General Rob Bonta saying there is no actual emergency in California. So, yes, there are those isolated video clips that are being cited by the FBI director and by other officials. But for the most part, you have California Democrats saying, hey, it's the Trump administration that's trying to be inflammatory here. Don't fall for it. It is notable how...
All right. Why are the California Democrats saying don't give Trump a spectacle? All right. Be reasonable, be responsible. In large part because they recognize that they are on the losing side of the issue. The more there is violent disturbance against federal law enforcement agencies, the worse it is for Democrats, because the forces that are rioting and creating criminal disturbance are overwhelmingly aligned with the left. Thinking back to the brave men who fought for France, Britain, and America 8 decades ago in Normandy, now Paris and LA and London have been overrun by third world dirtbags. Well, these particular LA riots have been quite small. We've had one car that was burned, and we have had dozens of people rioting against ICE. But the lives of 99.99% of Los Angelinos have not been affected. And so there's a great deal of appetite on the right for seeing major cities that are run by Democrats as absolute hellholes, but not much evidence of like such giant disturbances, anything like the 1992 LA riots. Hey, Democrats, are you sure this is the optics you want? And no, right? The more civil disorder there is in Los Angeles and around the United States, the more politics is fought over the issue of law and order, the better that redounds to the benefit of Republicans. Just as if politics is fought over social welfare redistribution, right, the better that is for Democrats. So the different political parties have majority support on different issues. People have a false memory of Pat Buchanan's culture war speech. It wasn't primarily focused on social issues, notes Ben Dominic. It was largely about law and order. So this is Pat Buchanan after the National Guard restored order to Los Angeles in 1992. One of the most consequential speeches in American politics in the last 30 years.
But out of that awful tragedy can come a message of hope. Hours after that riot ended, I went down to the Army compound in South Los Angeles, where I met the troopers of the 18th Cavalry who had come to save the city of Los Angeles. An officer of the 18th Cav said, "Mr. Buchanan, I want you to talk to a couple of our troopers." And I went over and I met these young fellas. They couldn't have been 20 years old. And they recounted their story. They had come in to Los Angeles late in the evening of the second day, and the rioting was still going on. And two of them walked up a dark street where the mob had burned and looted every single building on the block but one, a convalescent home for the aged. And the mob was headed in to ransack and loot the apartments of the terrified old men and women inside. The troopers came up the street, M16s at the ready, and the mob threatened and cursed. But the mob retreated because it had met the one thing that could stop it: force rooted in justice and backed by moral courage. You know, greater love than this hath no man, than that he lay down his life for his friend. Here were 19-year-old boys ready to lay down their lives to stop a mob from molesting old people they did not even know. And as those boys took back the streets of Los Angeles, block by block, my friends, we must take back our cities and take back our culture and take back our country. God bless you, and God bless America.
We get to decide, in large part, how much murder, how much crime, how much disruption to normal operation we put up with by how severely we punish people doing bad things and how many resources we give to detecting and punishing people who do bad things. If we put away violent criminals for a long time, we will dramatically reduce the rate of violent crime. It's our choice, right? Capital punishment long prison terms for people who do terrible, violent things will significantly reduce the rate of violent crime and dramatically improve the quality of life in this country.
Demonstrations had been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns. And again, they were expressing their anger about the detention of so many immigrants at the Federal Center. Most of the evening, the federal agents stayed inside the building, but at a certain point, some of the demonstrators got very close to the property. In fact, some of them went onto the property, started tagging the building, started banging at fences, and shortly after all that happened, the agents started firing off tear gas, and then they came out. Demonstrations.
So riots can be mostly peaceful, but that's not the most important descriptor. For example, Maryland man was returned to the United States, but he was not primarily a Maryland man. He was primarily an El Salvadoran citizen, an illegal immigrant into the United States, somebody who's been accused of heinous crimes. So if you're going to describe this bloke, right, you'd think that Maryland man would be way down on the list of accurate descriptors. And if you have a riot that is mostly peaceful, that just seems a bizarre selection when you're disrupting the operation of law enforcement and you're creating civil disturbances and you're disrupting the quality of life and the normal traffic going through intersections in LA. To describe that as mostly peaceful, it just seems incredibly tendentious. We also, at the same time, we have these anti-ICE riots going on in Los Angeles. We've got rioters just looting various stores.
Oh, damn. So everybody's hopping out to free beer. Poor guy. He's like, I don't know what to do.
Also, we have laws on the books, but of course we have people who enforce the laws, and if the left is in charge, is going to enforce the laws often in alignment with its own interests. So those protesters who disrupted the functioning of American universities in the pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas cause, most of them got away with it. Most of the George Floyd rioters who committed criminal acts got away with it and were not charged because the people who decided whether or not to charge people doing criminal things were overwhelmingly on the left, and so they used discretion in favor of their own political team. One discouraging thing about these latest riots in LA is how leading politicians who one would have thought would have been pro-law enforcement, such as Rick Caruso, who's likely going to run for mayor of Los Angeles or governor of California, he came out essentially against the ICE immigration enforcement, and the district attorney of Los Angeles, who operated under this law and order banner, he also came out against this type of federal immigration law enforcement. So when do you cuck, right? When do you compromise? When do you say things to try to placate the majority? When do you compromise on saying the truth to try to advance your own interests, perhaps in the name of doing good? There's not a clear answer. Sometimes it's the right thing to do. Sometimes it's the wrong thing to do. But if you lie or tell things that are against what you really believe to try to accomplish good, often there will be a backlash. So here we have Toby Young noting the number of United Kingdom children being vaccinated against diseases including measles and whooping cough has collapsed to the lowest levels in more than a decade. Why? Because trust in vaccines has plummeted following the COVID vaccination drive. And I think it's a great thing to be vaccinated against COVID along with measles and whooping cough. But because so many lies were told by people in power, by public health officials and politicians about how getting vaccinated for COVID would prevent the spread of COVID and would prevent people from getting sick. So many lies were told that trust in institutions and trust in vaccination plummeted. The very opposite of what they were trying to accomplish happened. Babylon Bee, a Christian humor site, says, worship pastor makes praise songs more accessible by removing all references to God and Jesus. Funny line, but you can repeat a message so often that it loses its power. And I grew up a Christian, and all the messages about God and love, right, just rendered me largely immune to them. If you can find new ways of talking about these themes, right, you can reach people who will otherwise be turned off. Andy No does the Lord's work with regard to Antifa. He notes far-left rioters have surrounded an ICE facility. This is on Friday, launching explosive devices added as they escalate their violence for a second night. Oh, this is Saturday night in their insurrection against the federal government. All right, so you see this and you think, you know, God bless Donald Trump for sending in the national. So these law enforcement actions on the immigration front, they smoke out many of the most damaging antisocial forces in our society. And if you want law and order, and if you want a reduction in illegal immigration, you have to be enthusiastic both about Donald Trump's increased enforcement of immigration laws, his crushing of illegal immigration into this country, and increased emphasis on deporting people who are here illegally, and then find these people who are engaged in criminal behavior against federal law enforcement officers, arrest them, charge them, convict them. Columbia Bugle says, mass deportations will be most difficult at the start when we still have tens of millions of aliens and democratic rioters who defend them. But every day that passes, more aliens will be removed, more rioters will be arrested, and every forced deportations encourages more self-deportations. That's key. Every person who is deported forcefully, at least 100, according to various studies, will self-deport. Right? We have to incentivize people to do the right thing and incentivize people not to do the wrong thing, not to engage in antisocial behavior.
Breaking news. Protesters and federal agents clashing in Southern California over recent ICE arrests. This video showing the violent confrontations outside a federal building in downtown LA. Police cracking down on protesters, declaring it an unlawful assembly, ordering the crowd to go home. This is the second day of chaos and vandalism. Tonight, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem warning the protesters, "You will not stop us or slow us down." ABC's senior reporter Catherine Faulders leads us off tonight.
Tonight, protests escalating into conflict in Los Angeles as the Trump administration's aggressive deportation efforts sparked fear and outrage across the country. For the second consecutive day, angry crowds clashed with law enforcement following a series of ICE raids that drew
Wow, these ICE enforcement raids are provoking fear and outrage across the country. For a normal person, they will not provoke either fear or outrage because a normal person is incentivized to put their attention elsewhere. All right, only the hyper-politically active and those who are in the country illegally, right, have a rational basis to have fear and outrage regarding these raids.
Condemnation from local leaders.
You cannot just come into the community and terrorize citizens the way you did.
An ICE raid in Paramount.
Okay, is it legitimate for federal law enforcement to terrorize people? I think there's a statement in the Jewish tradition that if you're kind when you should be cruel, you will then be cruel when you should be kind. So being soft with people who are in the country illegally, being soft with people committing violent, criminal, disruptive, antisocial acts, you're then cruel to the law-abiding vast majority of this country. So the appropriate use of force and terror and intimidation against the forces of criminal violence would strike most Americans as appropriate. Right? There's a time for kindness and there is a time for cruelty. Right, there's a time for everything under heaven.
Today, devolving into chaos. Dramatic aerial footage showing protesters blocking a bus carrying officers. Police in riot gear dispersing crowds with flashbangs.
Right, people are showing up to these riots and participating, and they don't look fearful. Why would people think that they can wave flags of a foreign country while engaged in criminal violence, and that this won't provoke a backlash, it doesn't seem to be well thought out.
And tear gas. The FBI vowing to find people they say threw rocks at law enforcement vehicles. And in New York, video showing this man, which the Department of Homeland Security identified as Joaquin Rosario Espinal of the Dominican Republic. Authorities say Espinal resisted arrest following the dismissal of his immigration proceedings. He and another woman who allegedly assaulted an officer were arrested, authorities say, despite interference by members of the public. The Department of Homeland Security calling for an end to the violence against ICE officers who they claim are facing a 413% increase in assaults when carrying out arrests.
So we have a loneliness crisis in this country because the more diverse we become, the less in common we have with each other. And the less that we have in common with each other, the more difficult it is to have conversations, let alone form bonds. And so if you allow violent criminals to roam free with little regard for being arrested, let alone convicted, then you destroy public spaces. People are going to be more reluctant to spend time in public spaces. People are going to be more fearful about talking to strangers. People are going to be more reluctant to use public transportation. People lead smaller and more insular lives. Social trust and social cohesion will plummet. Cynical Publius writes, what do you call it when hundreds of thousands of young men from a foreign country covertly and illegally enter a neighboring sovereign nation, then violently take up arms against the lawful authority of the invaded nation? Right? That's invasion. Right? You have invaders. Terry Moran with ABC News, right? Leading figure with ABC News, and absolutely hates Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. And this is what he wrote about Stephen Miller. And Terry Moran says, the thing about Stephen Miller is not that he is the brains behind Trumpism. That's not what's interesting about him. It's the bile, right? He is richly endowed with a capacity for hatred. He is a world-class hater. This is one of the weakest attacks. How do you love anything and not hate that which threatens what you love? If you love your family, how do you not hate those who threaten your family? If you love your job, how do you not hate those who threaten your job? If you love your country, how do you not hate those who threaten your country? If you love your tribe or your religion, how do you not hate those who threaten your tribe or religion? Hatred is just the flip side of love. If you have things to protect, you are going to hate those things that you hold sacred. Damon Linker is a center-left political science professor at Columbia University, and he tweets, long before the 2024 election, I worried this was the most likely path to American dictatorship. Trump administration acts brutally to round up people for deportation in blue cities. Protesters create mayhem. Violence escalates. Trump invokes the Insurrection Act to restore order. Martial law is imposed. So I see it is a common trope on the left to call this second Trump administration fascist. And it seems to be an overreaction to me. If you really worried that Trump was fascist, you wouldn't be speaking out against him. That you feel free to speak out against Donald Trump. If you feel free to criticize Donald Trump publicly, then in truth and in reality, you have absolutely no fear about Trump being a fascist. Because if Trump really were a fascist, you'd be scared to death to call him out. And so I'm not aware of strong evidence of this Trump administration acting brutally, just rounding up people for deportation. How many people has ICE killed in rounding them up for deportation? I'm not aware of any. So this strikes me as an incredibly tendentious argument, right? All they had to do was not riot. But the left, by and large, does not believe in enforcing immigration laws. Right, so here's a common type of rhetoric that you hear on the left, and it just seems hyperbolic.
And I have to tell you, when I went to Harvard to give this speech, and it was just a few days ago, last week, I must say I was afraid. I'm a foreigner. I don't have a green card. I'm not an American citizen. I'm fairly prominent. And I literally prepared to go to America as if I was going to North Korea. I took a burner phone, Jamie. Imagine that. I didn't take a single, not my mobile phone, not my iPad, nothing. And I had nothing on the burner phone except a few numbers, and I could text with my assistant. I had your number. I had our son's number. I had our lawyer's number, you know, the CNN lawyer. And I was really afraid. I'd even talked to the CNN security person because of this. I've heard that many, including British citizens, have been stopped at the border. And I have to tell you, when I went to Harvard.
So when you give status and respect for these outpourings of paranoia and hysteria, you'll get more and more outpourings of paranoia and hysteria. Prior to the 1960s, it seemed like nobody wanted to claim the status of victim. But since the 1960s, people realized that there is status and power to accrue from claiming victimhood and claiming hysterical levels of persecution. And so you get more and more of this nonsense. David Farrell. Humans are strange. It'd be weird to talk openly about sex at the gym. Nobody bats an eye when explicit lyrics blast from the speakers. It'd be weird to celebrate an affair at a wedding, but people will sing to a song about a one-night stand on the dance floor. Music takes the cultural guardrails away. Yeah, I don't agree with Plato about much, but that was one of the things that Plato said, that when modes of music change, society changes with it. Another lesson, you can get away with a surprising amount of stuff so long as you aren't too direct about it. Right, here is the head of Palantir, Peter Thiel's organization. Says his company's software single-handedly stopped the far right in Europe.
Look, we built PG, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe. We built Foundry, which was used to distribute the COVID vaccine and saved millions of lives globally. We built what we call multi-constellation, and what's often called the digital kill chain. And they're category-defining products. So when you deliver these products to the market, just honestly, people say this isn't going to exist.
Ford, I can't hear you.
Valuable.
Yeah, hang on.
But then it changes the market. And then the market is the Palantir market. Now, that doesn't mean everyone in the world is going to buy our product, but it means most of the sensible people in the world are going to buy from the category we define.
Okay, let's bring Michael back to the show. Michael, what's going on, man?
Hey, 40. Sorry about that. Can you just, what was that clip that you just played? Because I'm interested in that. Can you just give me a little synopsis?
Yes. So it was the head of Palantir, Alex Karp, saying that his company's software single-handedly stopped the far right in Europe.
Oh, how did it do so? Like it was censoring people?
Well, it just it provides people with a tremendous amount of information. It combines facial recognition with background information on individuals so that you're better able to keep tabs on people.
Oh, well, that's frightening. But fortunately, we're not in the far right, so there's no worries.
Yeah.
So with regards to the riots in LA, I just think that the people in LA are just seeing this through the wrong prism. And I think it was Tom Homan said something like they're executing criminal warrants. So it's a very lawful process. And if you live in LA, then you might actually benefit from that. I would think that wouldn't you want less dangerous people around you?
Yes. So the more that you have to lose, I think the less likely you would be to engage in criminal behavior or in rioting. On the other hand, we should put ourselves in the shoes of the left. Think about how you would feel if the left controlled the presidency, controlled the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, the Supreme Court, and that Trump was overwhelmingly able to get his selections through Senate confirmation to run various government agencies. It's, I think, understandable why the left would have fear and concern and outrage about the success of the right, and feeling that they're playing on their own home turf in certain places such as Los Angeles. And so that would be empowering, and this is a way to give expression to your upset. So if you're heavily invested in politics and you're on the left and you see the Trump administration exercising tremendous power, and now you feel like this is a way to combat the Trump administration on your home turf in Los Angeles, which is overwhelmingly dominated by the left, I can understand why they'd want to act out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why it became a flashpoint, because there seems to be an attitude that you can't do this in LA. And meanwhile, it's like, I'm pretty sure federal law applies to Los Angeles, unless I'm mistaken.
Well, I would expect also that federal law enforcement often depends to a significant degree on local cooperation, right? We are all incredibly vulnerable. And even the President of the United States is vulnerable. And you saw that these ICE officers were at one point surrounded and vastly outnumbered. And so they were waiting for rescue by the LAPD or other federal law enforcement agencies. So if someone wants to gum up the works, right, if you can't get cooperation from people in local law enforcement, your job is going to be significantly more difficult.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty tricky situation. But I kind of wonder if you look at the statements of Governor Newsom in particular, he would seem to be on the side of the protesters. But I kind of wonder if maybe that's just a little bit of his public-facing posture, and maybe on the down low, he's talking to Trump like, yeah, all good, like, let me know what you need. Doesn't that seem possible?
Yeah, because Governor Newsom has backed away from wokeness in several key regards, such as with trans. Also, he's never been 100% on the left. He's always displayed some moderate impulses. And there is a case to be made that you don't need the National Guard. I was looking at the video, and this is quite a small disturbance. You had one car that was burned, and you had one intersection that was disrupted. You had a few dozen people rioting against ICE, but this is nothing like the 1992 LA riots. So you can tell that there's a tremendous amount of blood lost on both sides, right? Both sides are itching for a conflagration and a conflict and a way to express their pent-up rage, whether you're coming from the right or the left. Yeah. So it's a little tiny bit like 9/11. So after 9/11, there was a great deal of enthusiasm for a culture war, a global war against Islam or against the mechanism of terrorism. And there was tremendous support for the George W. Bush administration in the first 3 years after 9/11. But the wiser, smarter policy would have been to regard the 9/11 terror attacks as a criminal event and to just focus on the criminal threat posed by this rather than making this into a global culture war. And so often that which feels good is not the most effective. And so both sides are facing very strong incentives to play to those instincts that feel good when in reality the smartest, wisest policies would be perhaps to steer against the popular instinct on either side.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like I've seen that car on fire like 5 times on social media. So we're all just scrolling social media, like hoping for chaos, apparently. But so, yeah, you would know Governor Newsom probably better than me, seeing as that you're in California. But my first take was, okay, so I thought it was cool that he has a podcast and he has Steve Bannon on and Newt Gingrich. I like that, Just at face value, I think that the attitude on the left has been like these people are pariahs and you're not allowed to speak to them. So you got to give them credit for that. But then I saw a social media post after this riot and I thought, well, what happened to Mr. Centrist? Now you're right back. But on the other hand, like I said, it could be that I guess the LAPD is helping ICE in some way, right? So it's not like Newsom might be cooperating a little bit.
The LAPD put out a statement trying to explain why it took so long for them to show up to bail out the ICE agents. And you can't expect 200 LAPD officers to just descend with no preparation for this kind of situation. So it may be that the LAPD explanation for why it took them so long to get to the scene is accurate. The perhaps most important point is that we have nothing like the 1992 riots situation currently. This is relatively small outburst in a couple of locations, and you see the same clip of the same car burning over and over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the part of the response you see from some politicians is, this is why we need the big, beautiful bill. And I find myself very much in favor of the big, beautiful bill. And so I'll share some thoughts on that, which is that the one thing, there's kind of a misnomer that the big, beautiful bill is a tax cut. And I think that's a little misleading, because what it does is basically just locks in tax rates as they currently exist as a result of the tax cut from Trump's first term. So, like, probably if this bill passed, your taxes wouldn't change unless you make tips, or you're like building a factory in the United States, or if you're maybe in the tri-state area and you're going to once again be allowed to do the SALT deduction.
Yeah, but your tax bill will change dramatically if this bill does not change, right? There'll be all sorts of tax rates that will go up for the middle and upper class if this big, beautiful bill does not pass. And this big, beautiful bill does make substantial spending reductions, 1.3 trillion. It's just that these spending reductions are outweighed by the tax cuts, which amount to over 3 trillion.
Yeah, and I think the way you put it is fair right there. I'm not one of those. I'm not so indoctrinated in conservatism that I honestly believe like tax cuts are going to pay for themselves. I don't think they're going to pay for themselves, because I'm not sure that that's happened historically, that tax cuts have paid for. I think they've run up deficit and debt, but just being realistic, it's like Trump just spent, 2 years of campaigning talking about tax cuts. So it's like, obviously he's not going to unwind his own tax cuts. So you just have to take that at face value. And then at the same time, it's like, do you feel like you could really afford to pay more taxes right now? Everything's so expensive right now that I don't really think people can afford a rise in taxes, even if the tax rate right now, I think, is fairly reasonable.
And it also depends on what you prioritize. So to me, there's no issue more important than law enforcement. And to me, law enforcement includes control of illegal immigration. We need to disincentivize antisocial behavior, in particular, the most severe antisocial behavior, such as being in the country illegally and violent crime. And so what the big, beautiful bill will do is provide over $100 billion for a significant increase in deportations and in building the wall. All right, Trump has built about 10 miles of the wall since taking office in January of this year, and there are plans to build hundreds more miles of the wall, and with over $100 billion devoted to deporting illegal aliens in this country, that will make a huge difference. So that's what's most important to me, is disincentivizing criminal violent behavior and disincentivizing illegal immigration.
Yeah, clearly that's the most important. And thank you for the wall update, 10 miles built. I was curious about that because you don't hear that much about it in the news. And, I've always been one to give Trump credit for building about 500 miles of border wall. And people really split hairs about that supposedly, well, if you're replacing some kind of existing barrier, that doesn't count. I think it counts because, and by the way, like I've seen the wall up close because it's, you can drive by it like in El Paso, you're on the major highways. That was existing wall, but I haven't seen Trump's steel bollards. That's what he built. But I mean, that seems like a pretty effective physical barrier. So yeah, if you're against the big, beautiful wall and you're a Republican, like there's something wrong with you. There's something going on there. The big, beautiful bill, because the big, beautiful bill equals building the wall. So it's a little suspicious. And I'm thinking of Rand Paul and Thomas Massie.
Yes, and what we prioritize, right? We all have instincts that then translate into politics. And so the instinct on the right is to have more fear of foreigners and to have more fear of the unknown and to have more fear of 20 million plus illegal aliens in this country that we don't know their backgrounds, right? We don't know how dangerous they are. And so for the left, the biggest fears are lack of education, bigotry, discrimination. But if you're on the right, you'll naturally have these instincts worried about criminal violence, disorder, and simply not knowing who's around you. And if people are in the country illegally and we don't have a criminal profile on them, it's a much more frightening prospect if you have these traditional right-wing instincts where your greatest fear is social disorder, right? That is a defining characteristic on the right, is social breakdown. We fear that civilization is much more vulnerable, and we fear social breakdown and social chaos, and having tens of millions of people in the country illegally seems like a recipe for social chaos.
Well, and I can't get over how much I like this factoid, which is that over 50% of Hispanic males, unless someone has updated that figure, voted for Trump. So I just think the left went so too far on immigration that they've alienated almost everyone except for people that just really feel like they have no stake at all in the country.
Right. And even people who are in the country illegally or who have friends and family are in the country illegally may pragmatically want a minimum of law enforcement against the particular ones they love, but still for the country recognize that there is a need for immigration enforcement. So it's not weird that people have some contradictory impulses, right? Most people who use porn are not fans in the abstract of pornography. They recognize it's destructive, but they are weak. Most people who use drugs recognize that drug use is not a good thing, but they are weak. And so people who break the law to make money or to build their business, they also recognize the many benefits of having a law-abiding society. And just because you love someone who's in the country illegally doesn't mean you don't also recognize the benefits of a law-abiding society. So people are complicated. They have impulses running in many directions, and it will depend on the nature of the situation which particular impulse will have the greater salience.
Yeah, well said. Can I give you a Jordan Peterson update? Can I switch topics?
Please.
Okay. So more thoughts on the Jordan Peterson book, We Who Wrestle with God. I continue to think this is a very profound book, and that Jordan Peterson is, despite some public weeping and despite kind of being dunked on for not answering whether he believes in God, I continue to believe that he is a legit public intellectual of the conservative bent. And that's something I'm always talking about, that we don't have like a right-wing public intellectual. We're lacking. And then the personalities that are out there, I think we both find to be very wanting in substance and ability. So if you were to ask me who is that, I would actually have to say Jordan Peterson. I do think he is a pretty solid conservative. So like an example of a public intellectual previously would have been William F. Buckley, in the 60s and 70s, whom Tucker to some extent models himself on William F. Buckley, just as an influence. And then maybe you would say, sorry, jump in, please.
There's a new biography, 1,000-page biography of William F. Buckley, which I bought, and just reading reviews of it just reminds me of what a shallow intellectual he was. He was always much more of a performer than any kind of thinking man. He did not produce any serious intellectual work. He was a performer, a showboater, but just so incredibly shallow compared to there were genuine intellectuals who wrote for National Review. National Review used to primarily be written by PhDs, and now it's overwhelmingly populated by pundits. But back to you.
Yeah. Well, I've read God and Man at Yale, which is Buckley's book, but maybe that's more of like a memoir almost. I mean, it's been a minute since I read it, but I did find him to be an excellent writer, and he's very good. He's good on camera. Let's face it. That's something you need to be a public intellectual in this century. And he's very quick, and he was very good at debate. And I think those are also kind of things you have to check off to be a good conservative intellectual. And in this style, I would also put Christopher Hitchens, not necessarily like a conservative intellectual, but he kind of, I think by like today's standards, he might be. And I almost thought Milo would be in that category, but he kind of, like he could have been in that category, given that Milo Yiannopoulos is a great writer, and he's a great speaker, and he's great at debate, and he's just so facile with language. But, you know, he's not that, or he decided not to be that. And therefore I say that there's like a vacancy. And I think Jordan Peterson has been there this whole time. It's just that everyone's so busy dunking on him that they don't realize he's a real intellectual.
So I'll come at this from the side. For the approximate third of the population that's kind of miswired so that they don't connect with people normally, sometimes the easiest way that this third of the population, which includes me, can connect is through these gurus and Jordan Peterson personalities. So when I discovered Dennis Prager, I was in desperate shape. And life is not usually a choice between good and evil. Usually it's a choice between bad and worse, or good and a little better. And so my largely virtual connection to Dennis Prager helped steer me through some very dark times. And thousands of young men have received significant benefit, they believe, from Jordan Peterson. And so those who have contempt for Jordan Peterson, and I'll admit that I have probably more contempt than respect for Jordan Peterson, need to understand that for many people he does a vast amount of good, and we often have stages in our life where we're vulnerable. Like, none of us are impervious to the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. For all of us, there will be situations where we're absolutely vulnerable and where we need help or inspiration or guidance or wisdom or self-help or something, where a Jordan Peterson type character can come along, or a great yoga teacher or a great priest, or that these people can come along and play a role in their life. Big picture, I think we have to assess the overall output and how much value is there for how much negative stuff. And so with Jordan Peterson's pronouncements, I recognize significant levels of value, and then just a whole lot of nonsense, as opposed to someone like a Christopher Caldwell or a Tom Sowell or a Steve Saylor or a Charles Murray. And it's not that every word that they utter is, manna from God, but there's just such a high proportion of value compared to dangerous or useless content. While with the histrionics of Jordan Peterson, it just seems like the value is much smaller compared to the output of a Christopher Caldwell or a Charles Murray or a Steve Saylor or some other real intellectuals on the right, Stephen Turner, Nathan Kofnas. And so the big picture, we have to weigh up what they contribute with the nonsense or even destructive messages that they put out there. And it will also depend on the audience, right? Depending on where someone is in their life. Jordan Peterson might be incredibly valuable for one person, but for his neighbor, right, Jordan Peterson's not going to provide value.
Well, and when I listen to you rattle off some of the intellectuals whom you admire, I think it gets to one of the differences perhaps between you and me, which is that a lot of those writers are very quantitative, and Jordan Peterson is almost more literary, more analyzing things through the prism of psychology and through the prism of myth and Christianity. and archetypes and so forth. So it's really just a different type of writing. I've read Charles Murray. I didn't read the bad book, but I read Real Education. I didn't read the naughty book. Real Education is one of his kind of maybe lesser talked about books, and also the one about class. I don't remember what it's called. And yeah, he's legitimate 100% in terms of his intellectual output. But again, it's just really quantitative. It's very straightforward. He isn't. He doesn't really have any literary flourish, nor do the other people that you mentioned, as does Jordan Peterson.
Right. So I'd have to strain to come up with people with literary flourish. A problem with assessing value for people who are performers in the world of flourish is that there's much less objective measurement. So people who make wisdom claims, it's really hard to empirically validate wisdom. And it's hard to empirically, objectively validate rhetorical flourish. So that is a challenge. But I'd put back to you, and maybe you're not prepared to answer this right now, but what are some examples of value that you were receiving from this book on wrestling with God?
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as evaluating rhetorical flourish, I mean, it's totally subjective, but in a way it's not subjective in the sense that we can all agree on like what is the great canon of literature, and people who are really smart can agree on these things. But unfortunately, this level of like critical evaluation is not available to people who are not even good readers or writers. So it does appear to be subjective, but in my opinion, it's not. Okay, let me give you an example from We Who Wrestle with God. And I think this is specifically for Luke 4, because I think this is going to resonate with you. So I annotate this. I never write in books, but I find myself annotating this because I just thought, what the hell? Okay. So you know how people online talk about an inner monologue, right? That's kind of a meme. Like you don't have an inner monologue. So this is, think of it instead like an inner dialogue, okay? So, quote, dialogue is the battle between the personalities of various ideas. The internal dialogue that is thought is the war between competing personalities in the theater of imagination and the death of losers, complete with the pain. So what he means by that is that if you're kind of deliberating over something, or you're having trouble coming to a decision, it's like two competing personalities within you deliberating.
Right. So I think one of the false beliefs is that there is a true self, when in reality, who we are depends on circumstance, situation, and who we with. So that was quite a rhetorically flourishing, exorbitant, perhaps indulgent passage there from Peterson. I think it could probably be expressed more concisely, but we do have different personalities that reflect themselves or that may come to the fore in different circumstances, and then there are ideas which seem crazy to us in one situation and seem to make more sense in another, and then often ideas can appear to us in different guises. So it's the same basic idea, but we may put a personality to the idea to better assimilate it. So, for example, many people, if they're going to read a book, they find it just more pleasing to read a biography, right? People generally attune more to people than to abstract ideas. And so if we can put a personality to an idea, that's going to make it more accessible. But tell me more about how you receive some benefit from that passage. Do you think what I had to say had some applicability?
Yeah, I do. If you've ever just kind of struggled with a difficult decision, and as to, you thought it could be more concise, and then, mentioning Milo again, he had some very funny kind of burn on Jordan Peterson. He's like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And So that would be the assertion that it's just kind of vacuous. It's just a lot of rhetorical flourish without much behind it. But I find that that's just the way that he writes. So it's not an affectation. His book is almost like a college textbook. And I just gave you that passage because it's an example of the kind of writing that almost makes you think again about the process of thinking. So it really makes you step back and it's quite profound and it's just making you think about perception itself. And that's kind of what the book does. But on the bad side, it's extremely disorganized, like extremely. And I'm not the first person to say this. His first book, 12 Rules for Life, was a little bit like that too. It's like there's so many digressions that you go back and you say, what the hell was this chapter about exactly? And it's worse in this book. So he needs an editor.
But can you take that Jordan Peterson passage and make it concrete and perhaps share something? Because I'm struggling to. It sounds profound, but then upon examination, it just seems like pseudo profound BS. But give me an example. Make it concrete for me. Share something from your own wrestling with ideas.
Okay. I might have to mull over that a bit, but I can give it context. I can't necessarily make it concrete, but I can give it context, which is that this is in a chapter, believe it or not, about Adam and Eve and the fall of Adam and Eve. Okay. The one eating the apple and being exiled from the Garden of Eden. And so he's talking about the concept of eating the apple from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and how that was an example of hubris, and it was an example of a human trying to decide on their own what is good and bad, or in other words, moral relativism. And somehow, and then it turns into a conversation about self-consciousness, that when Adam and Eve ate the apple, they became conscious of being naked, and Peterson links this to being self-conscious. And somehow that goes to this idea about the internal dialogue. So I guess that's context, but it's almost like an example of how confusing the book is, really, more than anything.
Right. You're kind of making my point for me so that you can't concretely apply this particular passage. Either shows a weakness in you that you can't see an obvious application in reality to this flowery passage, but more importantly, because you're someone of well above average intelligence, if you can't see a direct and concrete application, it really points to primarily a weakness in the author. And I would ask you to either email me the passage or to put it into Grok and say, please explain this passage. Because Dennis Prager had this maxim that if he read a passage twice and he couldn't understand it, that instead of thinking that he was stupid, he thought the author was stupid. And if you're of above average intelligence and you're talking about something that is not a particular specialized area of learning for which a formidable background is required, I think Prager's approach has more applicability than disapplicability. And so you can't come up with a concrete application of this, to me, indicates primarily a weakness in the writing.
I think Dennis Prager might have stole that from Michel Montaigne, by the way, that one of his essays, he said, if you can't, I'll read something, and if I don't understand it, I'll try it again. And if it still doesn't make sense, I'm just going to move on. And that's fair, and I've applied that principle to this book already. But generally, it makes sense, but it's just difficult reading. But I don't think it's difficult because he's just trying to be difficult. I think it's difficult because the ideas themselves are profound. And as to whether I can apply them to my life, I think that speaks to, there's like two different reasons, I guess, to be into Jordan Peterson, and one of which is people watching him on YouTube looking for life lessons. Nothing wrong with that. But I think that his books perhaps might reach a different audience. And his books, for me, I mean, it's about the Old Testament. It's about analyzing the myths in the Bible and how they might apply to our lives. But I guess I just don't care that much if I can find like a way to directly apply it to my life. I don't necessarily care. I look at it more as just like an intellectual exercise.
Did you ever see the movie The English Patient?
No.
Okay, so I think, as I recall, it's about a love affair between one character who's on the side of the Allies and another character who's, I think, on the side of the Nazis. I found the story and the ideas repellent, and yet I found myself in tears towards the end of the movie. It just ripped me up inside. And I can listen to the song Imagine and disagree with every word, every idea in the song Imagine, but still be tremendously moved. And so I think that you are being emotionally moved by this book, and that's one way to approach a book or to approach music or to approach a piece of art. You can reject explicitly the ideas, and you can point out the pseudo-profound BS, and yet some combination of your soul and this piece of art will emotionally move you.
I don't even know if I'm emotionally moved by it, but the subject of the Bible is one that I've always been interested in, and people writing about the Bible and interpreting it differently. And, what I would read would be, like, to what extent is this historical, and looking at the evidence. And it's normal that when people write about the Bible, it's like hugely speculative. They're taking a small amount of text and writing 10,000 words about one sentence. So Jordan Peterson is really not that far outside of that tradition as far as I'm concerned.
Well, he's going where the audience is. And it just seems absurd to me. Anyone who's interested in the Bible would waste their time with Jordan Peterson, who I'm pretty sure is not literate in any of the languages of the Bible. Why would you not read someone who's literate in the languages of the Bible? And one of the weaknesses of the Petersonian mythos, Jungian archetype approaches is how rapidly it disappears from the realm of the empirical into a realm where you can't say one way or another because it's just all so vague. And I think the term pseudo-profound BS is often applicable here. If there's not a concrete way of applying and deciphering the text, it just disappears into the realm of that which sounds profound, but there's not necessarily any correlation between that which sounds profound and that which is profound. Like, all sorts of things feel profound. That Jordan Peterson passage feels profound, but that doesn't mean it is profound. On the other hand, there is profound work out there by people with a specialty in this literature, but it's not going to be as immediately appealing. It's going to require a ton more work, and it's going to make much more humble and circumcised, that's not the word, but circumscribed claims. So it won't have that payoff of profound mysteries of the universe being revealed to you. Instead, people who try to operate it in the realm of truth, they're not going to get to ply, this exciting teachings, because you feel morally restricted to the realm of truth. If you don't feel morally restricted to that which is true, you can just say all sorts of things.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll make another point and then hang up, but a part of it is that Jordan Peterson is a celebrity author. So I think there's a tendency to dismiss anyone who has a celebrity status. To give you an example, if I say, hey, 40, like, Tom Cruise is an amazing actor, it kind of sounds like a basic bitch kind of stupid opinion. You're like, oh, right, Tom Cruise, like, you discovered this. It sounds a lot more profound to go to some obscure act. But, like, Tom Cruise is a really good actor, even though he's Tom Cruise. So I guess that's kind of my point with Jordan Peterson. Even though he's a celebrity, my point is, wow, actually, there's some intellectual heft behind it. But your point is taken. I could probably go to the library and find a book on the subject by an unknown author that's probably better, more clear, more to the point. But at least, when we talk about this book, at least people listening know, oh yeah, like they have some reference point. They know who Jordan Peterson is and they can have a strong opinion. So
and we are operating in the realm of the celebrity, because how we formulate our online activities, we give opinions on 50 different things. And the genre for that is celebrity, because normally you would only give opinions on one particular area. That's normally the purview of a successful podcast or a successful YouTube channel, that you have a particular focus and you're meeting the needs of a particular audience. But we operate like celebrities, because in our online production, we dispense opinions on 1,000 different topics. Yeah. And so however much we may mock the celebrity genre, that is the genre that we've chosen to operate in.
And just a final point, I think you should be, if you presume to be a public intellectual, you actually should be on camera. You should be out in public speaking on these matters. And so if you're an obscure author, you say, oh, I'm just a writer. I think that's not good enough. I think you actually, maybe Jordan Peterson is an extreme example with the amount of media he's involved in, but I think you actually should be out there speaking. And I don't think I don't think that cheapens what you're about. But thanks for having me on, 40. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, take care, man. So I push back on Michael's comments there. It's a bad idea for most people to speak out online, because there are certain currents that you step into that flow against your best interests when you start speaking out online. It's the perils of the e-personality. So we tend to be much more spontaneous online than we are in real life. We don't have the real life checks that keep most of us behaving in a more circumspect manner when we're online. So it's a lot easier to purchase things when we use a credit card than when we pay cash. It's a lot easier to say something outrageous and self-destructive where we're not having to look into the faces of someone else. So we tend to be much more spontaneous. We tend to be much more modern. We tend to stray into much darker material than we normally would in face-to-face interactions. So the normal guardrails that keep us acting in our own best interests tend to disappear when we're online. And so most people, when they start speaking out online, do so in a self-destructive manner. Right? There are certain pitfalls to creating this alternative personality online compared to the real world. All right, here are some of the things that I've been paying attention to on the platform X. According to this academic paper, the removal of mask mandates in schools in early 2022 is responsible through spillover infections for nearly 22,000 additional deaths just that year alone, but 9% of all American COVID mortality in 2022. So that's thought-provoking. We hear a lot of things about how ridiculous mask mandates are, but there's also a case to be made for mask mandates when people are enclosed, right? When you're inside around a lot of other people, there is a much stronger case to be made for mask mandates as opposed to walking on your own outside or driving alone in a car. Then wearing a mask is silly. Well, seems like virtue signaling, but then virtue signaling is virtuous. Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Roberts made January 6th sit in prison for 3 years before deciding whether a never-before-used statute applied to misdemeanor trespass, converting a low-level offense to a life-destroying felony. SCOTUS dropped everything for illegal immigrant criminal gang members. Yes, it was surprising how the Supreme Court would often side with illegal immigrant criminal gang members. And there's a billionaire who funds all these liberal he gets us Jesus ads, except instead of harlots, gays, and baby murderers having their feet washed, it will be Nazis, racists, and sexists. GDP is not a measure of happiness, right? GDP is a quite poor approximation of a nation's power. China is now offering to address the fentanyl crisis at the American southern border to revive trade talks between the two nations. So one thing I noticed on this score is that most of the pundits and analysts who claim that China has the strong hand in negotiations with the U.S., they seem to have tremendous emotional investment in discrediting Donald Trump. So on the platform Give, Send, Go, they disabled comments on the various fundraising programs due to racist and derogatory remarks, but it was only when it was white people saying mean things that the CEO made this choice to disable hateful comments. So people collecting millions of dollars on behalf of black motorists, right, they get, it seems, much more ready protection compared to a white woman saying just one word. So apparently Trump's April tariff revenue topped $17 billion, and the CBO predicted that if Trump keeps increased tariffs in place, that it would raise hundreds of billions of dollars for the United States. American participation in the Russian-Ukraine war did orders of magnitude more damage to the liberal world order than anything Trump is doing now. Right, provocative point, and John Mearsheimer would say the same thing, that American support for Ukraine has been 10 times more damaging to American interests than even the disastrous 2003 invasion of Iraq. J.D. Vance, he's got a tight Twitter game. Says, I'm fine with people telling jokes. I'm not fine with people starting stupid wars that kills thousands of my fellow countrymen. Singapore's People Action Party effortlessly wins yet again, continuing its 7-decade streak in power by employing obscure, little-known political trick of consistently improving quality of life on almost every metric. So the former leader of Lee Kuan Yew had a pithy saying, in multiracial societies, you don't vote in accordance with your economic interests and social interests, you vote in accordance with your race and your religion. So we have many examples of nation states collapsing due to ethnic and racial tensions. Few things are more radicalizing than seeing bikes left unlocked in cities all across Japan, even in Tokyo. America's problem with crime is a choice. Don't forget it. Right, this is provocative. Trump could eliminate income taxes for the middle class with his tariffs. According to the IRS, in 2021, the federal government collected $2 trillion in income taxes. In 2024, the U.S. imported $3.3 trillion worth of foreign goods. If we placed a 50% tariff on these goods, we could arguably collect around $1 trillion in revenue. No, the number of foreign goods imported in this country would fall dramatically. So, yes, there would be a demand for imports that would fall, but not quite in half because of inelasticity of demand. So with new federal revenue of $1 trillion, Trump and the Republicans could deliver the most sweeping income tax breaks in American history. They could get rid of all income taxes on every single American making less than $243,000 a year. I'd like to see some more rigorous examination of those claims.
Like most major publications, they choose the title for a piece. So if I submit an op-ed to a major news publication, then we may agree on edits, but they get to slap the title on it. And if you looked at the title of the piece, it was, on Sheila Katz's piece, Jews are afraid right now. Okay? So that was the headline accompanying Katz's piece. But as the Jewish Insider pointed out, that was a quiet, unnoted change to the title of the piece. The Times had originally selected a different title to the piece. And that title was, and I quote here, American Jews are paying for the war in Gaza. It's not an explicit justification at the outrage being directed at Jews, but it is implicit. It is basically saying...
it's what we call in journalism burying the lead. The point is not that Jews are paying the price for the war in Gaza, because...
So this is an incredibly weak but highly popular argument that Jewish behavior has no effect on how non-Jews view Jews, and it's ridiculous. Right? Obviously, black behavior affects how non-blacks react to blacks, Mexican American behavior reflects how our groups react to Mexican Americans, right? Think about you as an individual. Your behavior has a profound effect on how other people look at you, talk about you, and treat you. But of course, Jewish behavior profoundly affects how non-Jews react to us. Now, it's not the only factor, but to deny it is an incredibly popular talking point among Jewish elites and professional Jews who make their status and their income, right, in large part by telling Jews what they want to hear. But it's such a spurious argument. Of course, Jewish behavior affects how non-Jews react to Jews. And, of course, there are other factors, right, because different groups have different interests. Different groups have different gifts. Different groups have different grifts. Different groups have different interests, and the more different, right, other people are to us, the more likely we are to have negative feelings about them. So simply observing that Jewish behavior is not the only factor in how non-Jews view Jews does not mean that Jewish behavior plays no role in how non-Jews view Jews. It's such a weak and absurd argument.
Donald Trump's Washington has expressed obvious Nazi sympathies in public, no less, and he must be denounced. Please roll 110.
Come on, guys. I'm trying to run my show here.
Cory Booker over the weekend, obviously expressing sympathy for Adolf Hitler, for Eichmann, for Nazis throughout history with this offensive gesture. I'm being sarcastic. He did exactly what Elon Musk did. Dan didn't even know about this. That's how little the media covered it. When Elon Musk did the exact same thing, he was called not just a Nazi sympathizer, he was called a Nazi. And when Cory Booker does it, it doesn't barely get covered. Sean and I only know about it from social media. Dan, your reflections on this outrage.
Thankfully, we record this show, so history will show that I said that the criticism of Elon Musk was ridiculous and absurd, and I stand by that with Cory. I mean,
Dan Turrentine is incredibly impressive, right? He didn't go for the cheap denunciation of Elon Musk. He is essentially America first, right? He says, I disagree with what Trump is doing here or here or here, but it's possible that what Trump is doing will aid America, and if so, then I'll admit it. And so he is a shining example of how you can fight for your side, but also have empathy for the other side, and most importantly, have respect for reality.
I did like there was like pride coloring underneath them and the California flag behind it. A little bit of a different backdrop, but I do not believe Cory Booker nor Elon Musk are Nazis.
So you're saying that the pride coloring and the California flag takes a little bit of the edge off his avowed Nazi
He's a
sympathy.
Progressive Nazi.
Yeah.
He's a progressive Nazi.
Sean,
there's so many jokes I could make.
Sean, let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you to role play. You're the spokesperson for the dominant media, which ignored this after covering Elon. What's the best way to explain it?
Well, you know that Cory Booker has been an advocate of so many like progressive causes. It would be unfathomable to think that he could possibly be associated with any kind of movement of that sort.
Whereas Elon Musk,
he gave a 25-hour speech, for goodness sake. There's no way he could be bad. He spoke for 25 hours about Donald Trump's.
There you go.
But the idea, by the way, as I was tweeting this out last night, the number, and I was searching, I said, Elon Musk not, because I was trying, the number of media outlets and progressive folks on the left in their Twitter outrage when he said that at the Capital One Arena during the inauguration said, we cannot forget this. This must live. We must ensure that people understand what a Nazi he is. And those same people.
Sorry, go ahead.
When Spartacus,
Deborah, you silenced Sean. My gosh.
I didn't. Spartacus is a Nazi should be the new hashtag.
All right. Deborah, welcome in. Tell folks who don't know what's on your mind. And Deborah has a lot on her mind.
And Halper made some good points on Friday afternoon.
So I was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And when I was about 1, I moved to Bethesda, Maryland. And from the time I was 1 to the time I went to college, I lived in Bethesda, Maryland.
And had I stayed and continued to live in Bethesda, Maryland, and someone had written about me in the New York Times, the Washington Post, or Axios, and they had referred to me as a Maryland man, that would have made a lot of sense to me. Grew up now I was born in Cambridge, so you'd say I'm a Cambridge baby. But really, as I grew to manhood, I was a Maryland man. And as I tweeted just a little while ago, let's say I grew up in Cleveland, lived in Cleveland as a boy, and then at some point in my 20s, I illegally went over the border of Russia, and I moved to Moscow. And I set up in Moscow, and the authorities accused me of committing various crimes around Russia, using Moscow as my home base. If the Russian media were going to write about me under those circumstances, I can tell you without any doubt they would not refer to me as a Moscow man. They just wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. I came illegally to Russia, and I lived in Moscow, but I would not be a Moscow man. Kim Abrego-Garcia is now back in the United States, and we'll tell you all about why and what's happening. But for some reason, I just cannot get over the news alerts that I received today from the Washington Post, the New York Times, Axios, CNBC, all referred to him in the headline as a Maryland man. I just this matter, which we've talked about here at some length, there's a lot of really important issues. It implicates the questions of what are the due process rights the United States should give and does give to people in this country illegally, and to those in this country illegally who are accused of crimes, particularly violent crimes. Incredibly interesting question, balancing, as we've been since the founding of the Republic, national security and civil liberties. Then the issue of adherence to court orders. Because the judge said to the administration, and the Supreme Court ruled also in a little ambiguous ruling, you got to try to bring him back. And until today, they didn't, or at least they didn't successfully bring him back. So that's a separation of powers issue. Very important, very lofty. Then there's the question of understanding through journalism and government action what someone in this country has done. No dispute that he came to this country legally. So for many Americans, that's enough. He could have come to this country legally and set up an orphanage and a donut factory and donated all of his proceeds from the donut factory to the orphanage, and he'd still be in this country illegally and should be deported, according to tens of millions of us. But that's not what this guy did. He did not fund an orphanage. And so I'm not even saying all the things that are cross-cutting here and important, lofty issues, but I just cannot believe that after this debate we went through about this guy and what we now know about his history, and on the day he was indicted for horrible crimes, which we'll listen to, it's just mind-boggling. I cannot believe that there are decision makers in news organizations who, for many years, have been insensitive to the point of view of tens of millions of Americans who elected the president in the last election, who are fed up with a press that doesn't understand the constitutional and national crisis of having an open border, that these news decision makers would still refer to this guy as a Maryland man. For some reason, it's driven me a little bonkers. I cannot believe they're calling him a Maryland man on this day of all days. So,
yeah, good points there by Mark Halperin. So with regard to this Elon Musk, Donald Trump feud, which is still dominating the news on Sunday, seems a bit of a stretch to allow this story to dominate the news. Within a few hours, the main players in this dispute, Trump and Elon Musk, were toning things down. So Elon Musk has deleted his most inflammatory posts, that Elon Musk would go on a flame war against the president of the United States while he was trying to raise billions of dollars for his AI venture. It was incredibly self-destructive. His Tesla stock plunged. Elon Musk sounded the most deranged in this online spat, that Elon Musk would begin the spat by denouncing the big, beautiful bill when he was aware of the contours of the bill for many weeks ahead of time, and only now he chooses to come out with it. It exemplifies how people don't say what they mean usually and don't usually mean what they say. For Elon Musk, the pedo accusation is one of the first things that comes to his lips. He got sued when he called a British diver who went over to Thailand to rescue that Thai soccer team that was stuck inside a cave by flooding waters, and he called a diver who wasn't interested in Elon Musk's submarine technology, called him a pedo. It's obviously in the interests of both Elon Musk and Donald Trump to patch things up, and so this nuclear exchange very quickly petered out, and representatives from both sides are talking to each other. Elon Musk was on the much more extreme end of things. Now, underneath the rhetoric, there are real differences between Trump and Musk. So Trump is much more restrictionist, in particular with regard to immigration. You can make a good case that this is a public spat where the real significant difference is on immigration. Elon Musk wants much more immigration, particularly H-1B visa numbers pouring into the American tech scene than does Trump. Donald Trump wants to use more tariffs than Elon Musk. So underneath the vitriolic public comments, there are real public policy differences. Elon Musk is much more China-friendly. Right? Elon Musk is much more dependent on China to manufacture Teslas and to get access to rare earths. Elon Musk did not show much political competence or governmental competence. Now, Doge might turn out to be great, might turn out to be powerful, and all his blundering may, in the long run, be outweighed by significant work that his protégés and other people who go to work in this manner of Doge might do. Right? So Doge is now burrowed into the federal government, and Elon Musk may have started something that turns out to be a great thing. Unfortunately, Elon Musk is so incredibly explosive, unreliable, reckless, didn't take care, just completely lacked conscientiousness. His behavior seems to have all the earmarks of somebody with a significant drug problem, such as a ketamine problem. He's clearly going on self-destructive binges. Right? Now, one thing that jumps out at me in a discussion of the Elon versus Musk feud is how quick people want to be to comment that Elon is a good guy or Trump is a good guy or a bad guy. And I just don't think that's useful framing in general. Right? It can be shorthand for people who are aligned with our interests and generally aligned against our interests. But Elon Musk is good in certain situations. Right? He didn't become the richest man in the world for no good reason. On the other hand, his public pronouncements are usually reckless and self-indulgent and juvenile. So Elon Musk is a terrible guru. Right? The things he says online are just often idiotic. So people have specialties, right? We usually all have domains in life where we can be trusted, where we predictably do good work. But outside of these specific domains, all right, we should not be trusted. Right? If you lend me a book, I'm going to get it back to you. But in other domains, I'm probably going to be much more slippery. Another thing that's interesting about this feud is that it's hard to keep a coalition together. And so Donald Trump's winning coalition contained many members of the left, such as Batya Ungar-Sargon, who's perhaps the most interesting left-wing commentator speaking up on behalf of Trump and MAGA. And so Trump won by expanding his coalition, bringing in people who traditionally align with the Democratic Party. And it's not hard to keep such a disparate coalition together. Also, Donald Trump won by promoting a lower IQ message, right? Trump is a great pro-whisperer. He is adept at speaking to the 85, 90 IQ crowd. And it's much harder to keep a low IQ coalition together because lower IQ people are less likely to have the skills to have empathy and to see the future clearly. So Musk has gotten out of his lane, right? The big, beautiful bill does cut government spending. Russ Vought, who's the director of the Office of Management and Budget, he's the opposite of Elon Musk in personality, but he is with great care and using people with tremendous experience in government. Right? Apparently, he's on a path to be much more effective at reducing the size of government and the managerial state than Elon Musk has been. All right, there's a lefty podcast that I enjoy. It's called If Books Could Kill, and it deconstructs a lot of airport bestsellers. Sometimes it goes out of that particular genre. And there are two people on the podcast. One is Michael Hobbs, both on the left. And Hobbs does a lot of research. And one of the things that makes this podcast great is that they put a lot of care and research into what they're saying. And so when it comes to matters of fact, right, Michael Hobbs is usually pretty exact because he does a lot of research before his shows. Now, his hero system is obviously going to be different from people on the right. So they did a bonus episode on the lab leak goes mainstream.
As you understand them.
Okay. I'm not going to remember the scientific details because I did not prepare for this episode by listening to our last one, which I would describe as the minimum amount of diligence that a podcaster would do.
An hour of work to prepare for this.
So a common method for producing podcasts that I notice is you got one host who does the work, then the other host who is not prepared, and that gives him some advantages in that he'll have a much more relatable reaction.
But in my defense, I've been very sleepy. So here I think is the basic lab leak thesis. The origin point for COVID-19 as we know it is in and around Wuhan, China.
Mm-hmm.
Also in Wuhan, China is a lab that studies coronaviruses.
Pretty weird. Pretty weird.
As soon as that came out, a lot of people thought, wouldn't it make sense that they were studying a virus escaped containment? And I think that the location of the lab has always been the starting point. It's always been the best single piece of evidence.
And it's often described as Occam's razor. Like the Occam's razor explanation is you have an outbreak of a coronavirus in this obscure city in China, and in the same obscure city, you also have a lab studying coronaviruses and doing like kind of sketchy work where they're manipulating coronaviruses. So like you put those two things together and like the obvious Bayesian explanation is that like obviously it came from the lab. That is like how the argument usually goes.
Yeah. This is just a tiny little city in China of 15 million people. Now, my memory of the sort of basic counter arguments are this. One,
so the type of person who's into sports and is a sports fan, right? That's normally someone who's heterosexual and is centrist to right-leaning in their politics. Type of person who likes to go to the opera, right? It will probably be left of center. And what was my point?
Getting the causation wrong if you think of it as...
My point is to go through some of Kip's comments on X. So the Trump administration is apparently rethinking naming various military ships after left-wing icons such as Harvey Milk. And the type of person who enrolls in the military is usually not going to be a big Harvey Milk fan. And Kip says, where's the proof of the wet market hypothesis? They roll out a theory about silly Asians eating diseased bats, then accuse anyone muttering lab leak theories of being racist. There's relatively few thoughtful people on the left accusing proponents of lab leak of being racist. This is overwhelmingly a right-wing talking point without much basis in reality. Immigration without assimilation is an invasion. Well, if it's done legally, I don't think you can say it's an invasion. Right? Get the 20 to 30 million illegals out of America or there won't be a culture left worth saving. Right, stronger argument. Welcome to LA's low trust society. So there are high trust groups in LA, but overall, Los Angelinos have very little in common with each other. And so the level of social trust and social cohesion in this city has dropped dramatically over the past 70 years. Those without skin in the game will make the good life untenable for everyone else. Right? We don't want to reward this antisocial behavior. How does the far left ever stop their march through the institutions when the right is being taken out of the discourse, leaving the lefties unchecked? So people on the right are much less likely to speak out in a workplace or in a social setting because they are far more likely than the left to be called racist, and there's no effective defense against being called racist. So the left dominates our institutions, particularly our highbrow institutions of culture, and this dominance leaves ordinary people on the right intimidated from speaking out. And so usually the only way for the right to fight back is to take over institutions from the top down, such as Elon Musk buying Twitter. LA needs a highly trained group of motivated business owners to descend into the trouble zones when things hit a flashpoint. No, you don't want business owners. You want security professionals descending into trouble zones when things hit a flashpoint. You want people with a legal monopoly on violence. You want police to do this. Americans are too soft for this. They have too much time with smartphones and remote controls. Koreans would be optimal. So there are some great memes of rooftop Koreans in the 1992 LA riots getting the band back together again. But compared to other advanced economies, Americans are not too soft. Right? Americans are better equipped and harder to tackle these situations than any other advanced economy of which I'm aware. Right? Americans have a higher percentage of gun ownership than any other advanced economy. Tell me where I'm wrong. Is Elon a ketamine fiend, or is he just a spurg? William F. Buckley worked as a gatekeeper, excluding certain topics from ever being discussed. Those days are over. Yes, he was a gatekeeper because he was able to assemble financing and intellectuals on his side. Only 23% of young Americans are capable of passing the entrance requirements of basic military service. 77% of Americans are damaged goods. Biggest loss of talent to the right that I can remember was the loss of Andrew Breitbart. Steve Bannon is someone who comes from the same mold. Jordan Peterson is trying to regurgitate C.J. Jung and Nietzsche with a smattering of Schopenhauer. I just don't find the output to value ratio as high with Jordan Peterson. There's just too much nonsense. I haven't paid any attention to Tiffany Slayton, fitness guru, so I don't have any thoughts. Let's bring back the Nazi-Zionist coalition. Well, Jews did make a deal with Nazis in Germany to move out of Germany to Palestine and to take their financial assets with them. And this worked for thousands of Jews leaving Germany for Palestine in the 1930s. It ended with the outbreak of World War II. Notice how the term illegal alien has been wiped clean from public discourse. Yes, the media thinks that's a terrible term, and it just seems to me like an accurate term. Elon Musk lashed out the exact same way that Ashley St. James lashed out on Valentine's Day. These two are peas in a pod.
Oh my God, what a crazy coincidence. Mm. The reason the lab is in Wuhan is because that is the site of a lot of coronaviruses. So they study them there.
That's actually not quite true. I actually hear this a lot online, that like that's why the lab was there.
Okay.
They say this is the only BSL-4 high security lab in China, but that's kind of irrelevant to the coronavirus work because none of the coronavirus work was being done at that level of security. That's what they did with like Ebola. So it's a BSL-2, like a moderate kind of medium security virus lab. And every big city in China has medium security virus labs. That's not like a weird thing. Many cities in America.
So Michael Hobbs is on the left. I don't agree with his hero system, but I find he has a great deal of fidelity to empirical truth, such as what he's just relaying. So this episode is excellent.
America have medium security virus labs.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I've already learned something that you forgot to tell me.
Yes, I listened to the other Mark Halperin podcast, Next Up.
In the first episode.
You're blaming me.
I do. And then you have a sort of assortment of other arguments that make it less and less plausible that there's a lab leak. One is that the initial cases cluster around the wet market on the other side of town.
Very far away. It's 10 kilometers away. It's like a 30-minute drive. It's not, they're not adjacent to each other. Yes.
And then the other, and I remember this only really vaguely, so I'll say something stupid and then you can fill in the blanks.
That's our whole.
So it's understandable why the establishment, the institutions, the powers that be, that virologists would have a predisposition against lab leak theory in that it would cut against their own power, their own institutions, their own academic discipline. On the other hand, many of the lab leak proponents, they also have an incentive to promote lab leak that is separate from the facts on the ground because they increasingly feel a resistance to the powers that be and to our institutions and to the claims of experts.
Essentially, if you look at the work that they were doing, there are like various conspiracy theories that they were basically like really close to a coronavirus that's functionally identical to COVID-19. But in reality, if you look at the viruses that they were working on, it does not make sense that COVID-19 could have come out of the lab.
Yes, I think the most important thing to realize is that we're now 5 years down the line. This theory has been around for 5 years, and we still are missing extremely important building blocks. So we still have 0 early cases. To this day, there's never been a confirmed case of a lab worker getting COVID in like the early months of the pandemic.
So one reason this is a fascinating story, the lab leak, is that it's a classic case where the experts are almost all on one side. They are on the side of natural origin, while those who most promote the lab leak theory are not experts in virology. So sometimes the experts are right and the people are wrong, and sometimes the people are right and the experts are wrong.
At all. So that isn't there. We don't have clustering, right? This is a very infectious virus. If a lab worker got it, theoretically, other lab workers would get it.
So there has been much more free speech on YouTube, and it's been a steady march in the direction of ever increased levels of free speech and channel restoration since 2022. And I think in part, this is a reaction to Elon Musk taking over X and opening up the Overton window on X. Also, it's part of a recognition that the 2020, 2021 into 2022 left-wing restrictionist approach to speech went too far. And so whenever one side overreaches, it's normal, natural, and healthy for there to be a backlash. But there is considerably much more free speech on YouTube now than there was from 2018 to 2022.
The neighborhood around the lab, the place where people live, we would see some sort of clustering. We don't see that. We see clustering around the market. We also see clustering within the market. We know that live animals were being sold in the southwest corner of the market. That is where the early coronavirus cases are clustered. And we have virus swabs that find COVID in like the drains, like on doorknobs, in the cages of the animals. COVID is all fucking over the place at the market.
So if you care about the facts, then you have to respect this particular podcast episode.
Still, to this day, no sign that COVID was at the lab at all.
Right.
It is true that they had something called RATG13, which is a virus that is 96% identical to COVID. However, 96% identical in virological terms is not close at all.
Right. It's like how bananas share 98% of our DNA or something like that.
Exactly. I was thinking like I am much more than 96% identical to Michael Phelps, but like he can swim much faster than me, right? Like the fast swimming is not something that like sort of happens by accident, right? And we also know from genomic sequences that RATG13 could not become COVID. It's not like the grandfather of COVID. It's like a distant cousin. So there's no evidence whatsoever that they had COVID. So to leak something, you have to have it. And in 5 years, there's no evidence that they had anything that either was COVID or could become COVID. There's no evidence of this whatsoever. And it's easy to say, like, well, maybe they had a bunch of viruses that, like, they didn't tell us about, like other lockers that hadn't been looked at. But there's actually a paper from 2018, from before the COVID pandemic, that went through and cataloged every single virus that they have. This is actually like a project that had taken place. This paper was never published, but this was a lab that had international researchers working there. This was a lab that published in like Science and Nature. This was very much a part of like the international virological community. In 5 years, we've had no whistleblowers come forward and say, hey, I did a 6-month project in Wuhan and I was really concerned about their safety protocols. We've had no emails, any internal document of any kind indicating a safety event or a secret program. This lab is...
So I've been ill since Monday afternoon. I hope that I'm on the mend, but there are times you want to push through illness and there are other times you just want to take it easy. And it's so much easier to make mistakes when you're ill as opposed to feeling strong on solid ground. Kip says, if only people could agree on what gain-of-function research is. Well, there is agreement among experts. There's only confusion among non-experts. Then people like Fauci could be whisked off to jail without any fanfare. No, there is not any strong empirical evidence that people practicing gain-of-function research set off the COVID pandemic, right? There's no direct evidence that for the lab leak, right? How do we incentivize truth? Well, one thing that the right has done successfully is to open up more channels of communication, such as Rumble, and invest in institutions to promote alternative speech. So there's been some progress made in that direction. How much does free speech roll back if Elon throws the towel in? None of the other large platforms allow much free speech. Well, Rumble's pretty good. Odyssey's pretty good. Substack is excellent. So one of the best things in the public conversation is the growth of Substack.
Has been subjected to unprecedented scrutiny over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's just turned up nothing.
And of course, all of this can be chalked up to the efficiency and secrecy of the dastardly Chinese.
Exactly. And like this is then the lack of evidence is often cast as evidence. So kind of famously, people within the lab, when the coronavirus first started spreading at the market or wherever in Wuhan in January.
So, Bill, you are on top of the dissident scene. And so what's the payoff for you of investing so much in the largely conspiracy theory realm? So does it make life more exciting? Does it make you feel braver? Does it make you feel more important? Is there a payoff in at least you see through the BS while those who enjoy conventionally more successful life than you, they're all conformists who won't face up to tough truths? What is the draw for you in investing so much time listening to low IQ conspiracy theorizing?
People in the lab were like, oh shit, is this us? Like they had the same thought as everybody else.
Right.
They're like, fuck, there's like a coronavirus spreading. We do coronavirus work. They then tested everyone in the lab for antibodies, right? As soon as those tests were available in March of 2020, they're like, every single worker should take one of these things. If you have antibodies, that's a really big problem. That means it might have come from our lab.
Right.
Everybody tests negative. So according to the people who work in this lab, nobody there tested positive for antibodies. However, the conspiracy theorists are now like, isn't that a little suspicious? Nobody had antibodies in 2020.
Right.
And it's like, okay, so the lack of evidence is now evidence, right? If they had found antibodies, you'd be saying, that proves it comes from the lab. When they don't find antibodies, you're also saying that proves it comes from the lab.
Right.
Do you remember, Peter, in our previous lab leak episode, we said there was one good piece of evidence.
So if you love a podcast, you love a book, you love a movie, you love a TV series, you love a poem or a song, it's worth asking, why do I love it, right? Why does this resonate with my soul? And if you're in love with theories that go against the empirical reality, why? Why do you get an emotional payoff? Why are you invested in believing things that go against the evidence?
All the other pieces of evidence are like very circumstantial. It's like the lab is in Wuhan and like lab leaks have happened before. But there was one piece of like actual direct evidence that I characterize as like the best available piece of evidence. Do you remember this?
I don't.
So basically, we have a report originally in the Wall Street Journal that 3 workers at the lab got sick in November of 2019.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I've heard this come up repeatedly from the lab leak truthers.
I don't think
this appears to just be an internal report of a few sick people in the lab in November, like in the fall.
Yes. In a year with an infamously bad flu season.
Right.
Yes. People had symptoms that could be COVID or could be the flu. That's basically the strongest possible version of it.
Right.
This best evidence for the lab leak has actually become significantly weaker since we recorded that episode, because in June of 2023, Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger publish a report naming the 3 scientists who got sick.
Mm-hmm.
They present this as like a smoking gun, right? We have the names.
Uh-huh.
This is, of course, based on anonymous government sources.
Chinese government?
American government.
Okay.
It's fairly weak anyway, but what's so interesting is by naming the specific people who got sick in fall of 2019, they actually ended up weakening their case because Science, the magazine, contacts these researchers and 2 of them say, like, I didn't get sick at all. So originally we thought like, oh, they got sick in November of 2019, but like whatever, it could be anything. These people are saying we didn't get sick at all. And one of them, very importantly, one of the people who is named as being like the genesis of this doesn't even work in the lab. This is a person who does like computer modeling. And she's like well, that doesn't even make sense. Like, I couldn't have caught it from a live virus because I don't work on live viruses. Like, I talked to another person who's done collaborations with them, and he was like, I don't know if she's ever actually been to the lab, like the part where they're doing the virus manipulation. So that's like the best piece of evidence is now even weaker than it was, and it was never particularly strong. The really important thing that I want to talk about in this episode is that if you actually follow like the lab leak people, like people that are really bought into this, they're shedding credibility the way that people shed coronaviruses. But at the same time, we've had this weird recasting of the lab leak from people on the left, including people I like genuinely really respect.
Say their names.
We'll get there. That like people on the left, like us, like really fucked up in dismissing the lab leak.
Yeah.
So this is from Naomi Klein's book Doppelganger, which we talked about on this show, but we didn't get a chance to get to this part.
Like most of us.
So if I wanted to be good at this, live streaming and podcasting, there aren't many better models than this podcast, If Books Could Kill. I mean, these two guys are excellent. And success leaves clues. If I wanted to be serious about what I was doing right now, I would ask myself, what are these guys doing? Like, what makes it so good? And how could I emulate that? So, have you heard about Misty Copeland? All right. So, if you check out the style section or coverage of culture and arts, there are frequently these just glowing over-the-top coverage of various artists, and I only ever see absolute glowing coverage of this ballet dancer, Misty Copeland. And given that people have many dimensions, it's kind of weird that she only receives adulatory coverage. And can you guess why she only receives adulatory news coverage?
Thinking has changed. I think that my whole career is proof that when you have diversity in certain.
So after 25 years with the American Ballet Theatre, the New York Times writes, Misty Copeland, the first black woman ever to be named a principal dancer with the company, is retiring. She grew up in poverty in Southern California. She was frequently homeless. Her mother struggled to make ends meet. Eventually, she found solace and stability in dance. So this is a great story.
Certain spaces, or in every space, but in my instance in ballet, there's so much rich.
So in the If Books Could Kill podcast, is that to men speaking, or it sounds like a man and a woman? The gay guy, right, Michael Hobbs, right, he does have a much more feminine way of speaking, but pretty sure he is a man. And the other bloke, Peter, is a straight dude married to a woman.
Richness that, and community, that people come together and want to understand each other and want to be a community together. And I feel like my career is literal proof of that.
So why are there only adulatory articles and news stories about this woman? So I asked Grok, and they said that she receives widespread media attention for several compelling reasons. Her story resonates deeply. She blends remarkable talent with a narrative of overcoming significant barriers. That makes her an inspiring figure and a natural subject for glowing coverage. So she has a historic achievement, right? She was the first black woman to become a principal ballet dancer at a major ballet company. She has an underdog narrative, right? It's a rags to riches tale. She's an advocate for diversity and inclusion. She's become a pop culture icon. She is inspiring to young audiences. She's received much critical acclaim and awards. Now, there are critics who argue that her promotion was largely driven by media campaigns and social agendas rather than purely technical merit, and that other more meritorious dancers were overlooked. And so I also asked other forms of AI chatbots. So ChatGPT just lists all the reasons why she is amazing: breaking barriers, exceptional talent and perseverance, her advocacy and cultural impact, and media presence. So no other AI chatbot lists anything critical about Misty Copeland. So out of all the chatbots, Grok on the platform X is the least politically correct. And even Grok is substantially politically correct. Or the other chatbots just praise her. So then I asked them all, why does no AI chatbot but Grok mention any criticism of hers? And Grok says, well, Grok has a higher commitment to truth-seeking. Grok is more likely to include critical viewpoints. Grok has access to more diverse sources. I noticed that Grok often cites my own work. And Grok is more willing to tackle sensitive topics. Other AI models are programmed to avoid sensitive topics. Grok has more real-time analysis capability on the platform X. And Grok is designed to sound much more conversational and transparent and admits where there's dissent or complexity. So ChatGPT says that most mainstream AI chatbots, such as ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude, tend to echo the dominant narratives surrounding Misty Copeland. They emphasize her inspirational story and her cultural significance, and they downplay or ignore critical perspectives. So all AI chatbots, the big ones, right, are biased towards the mainstream and institutional sources of knowledge, which do tend to lean left. Also, all AI chatbots are very careful to not say anything that could get them into trouble. And so, like people speaking in mixed company, right, they bend over backwards not to say things that will be damaging. And so that makes them very cautious and much less inclined to risk challenging left-wing taboos and political correctness. And AI systems default to a narrative of uplift. So I suspect that no AI chatbot would have ever mentioned that Joe Biden appeared senile at times, right? You cannot describe reality without violating the rules of political correctness, right? There was no polite, commonsensical observation about Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline that was as exact as the word senile. And so I asked Grok about this. Chatbots avoid terms like senile because it's so loaded. It's a blunt, potentially offensive label, and so billions of dollars are going into these AI chatbots, and they don't want to jeopardize that funding by ticking off the most powerful institutions in our country, which are dominated on top by the left. And so political correctness dilutes frankness, right? Chatbots are tuned to avoid alienating people or alienating institutions with power, and they are tuned to try to minimize divisive narratives, apparently. But Grok, far and away compared to other chatbots, is much more likely to engage with controversial topics. So mainstream AI chatbots would never use the word senile to describe Joe Biden, even though tens of millions of Americans would regard that as the most obvious choice. And this is not because the models are incapable of observing Biden's cognitive decline, but because the word senile is considered pejorative, it's ageist, supposedly lacks clinical precision. Or what's a single word that has more precision? And supposedly it's dehumanizing. And AI content filters suppress politically risky language, anything that can be interpreted as disrespectful, discriminatory, or partisan. And so the result is a lot of milquetoast euphemisms, such as verbal slip-ups, senior moments, or concerns about acuity, set up blunt, precise language. And AI platforms have overcorrected to try to avoid disinformation. So the deeper issue, can you describe reality if you can't name it? Right? AI systems reflect elite consensus, elite media and academic consensus. not raw human perception. So he looks senile is a common sentiment across the political spectrum, yet chatbots tiptoe around the issue to avoid stepping on political tripwires. So they fail to reflect the commonsensical observations of ordinary people, and thus they undermine their credibility. So if models weren't constrained, you'd see a more candid synthesis like this. Many Americans, including voters across the political spectrum, see Joe Biden appearing confused, frail, or cognitively diminished in unscripted moments, using terms like senile to summarize their impressions. While not a medical diagnosis, the term captures public unease with what they see as a decline in mental sharpness. So this is a descriptive, not prescriptive statement. It reports how people talk rather than sanitizing it. But mainstream AI chatbots rarely go there because they're designed to be safe, first of all, insightful second. Right? This is ChatGPT, noting AI chatbots are designed to be safe, first of all, and to be truthful second. So you're not imagining it. The refusal to use words like senile to describe Joe Biden or to even discuss Misty Copeland's critics is a design feature of current AI systems. It's not a neutral accident. It reflects guardrails optimized for reputational safety over telling the truth in plain language. So it seems like there is an enormous popular demand for a non-PC AI chatbot or a conservative chatbot, but there's not the money invested in that. All right, Grok is the closest that we have to that, but there's a lack of funding and a lack of infrastructure. There's a lack of talent pool, right? Researchers and engineers, particularly on the coast and in the elite cities, overwhelmingly lean left. So most tech workers identify as liberal, about 70% compared to 20% conservative. And a non-PC chatbot would likely alienate advertisers, partners, mainstream users, limit their commercial viability. And the sources for chatbots are overwhelmingly controlled by the left. So when will conservatives put up money for their own chatbots and for their own version of Wikipedia? Right? There's huge demand for this, but there's almost no institutional support, and that is not an accident, right? Because the institutions with the money, the talent, and the infrastructure to build large-scale language models, OpenAI, are based in progressive tech and academic circles. They are subject to reputational and regulatory pressures such as the EU, civil rights groups, lawsuits. They are heavily reliant on elite partnerships with government agencies, enterprises, universities that are controlled by the left. They are risk-averse. And so a politically unfiltered AI is a PR and legal minefield. Conservatives have the money. Why haven't they built their own AI? Lack of technical capacity, lack of institutional ecosystems, lack of talent, fear of backlash, and reputational risk. Right? Even Elon Musk, perhaps the richest man in the world, has to be subtle about Grok's anti-wokeness to avoid institutional blowback. So a right-leaning or blunt truth AI would face enormous headwinds. You'd have regulatory and platform challenges. Cloud providers such as Google and Amazon would likely cut off access over harmful content, right? Because if you violate the taboos of the left, particularly with regard to group differences, you are much more likely to be labeled harmful as opposed to violating the taboos of the right, such as anti-religious attitudes. App stores would ban a blunt speaking AI. NGOs and media watchdogs would attack it relentlessly, and ad partners would flee over brand safety. So Grok still self-censors to a considerable degree. So we're likely headed towards some kind of fragmentation in the AI ecosystem. You've got mainstream AI such as ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, which are safe, PC, corporate aligned. You've got anti-woke AI, Grok, and possibly open source models, which are sometimes risky, controversial, blunt, possibly hosted offshore under looser jurisdictions. And we have niche AI assistants in religious, political, and cultural ecosystems that will serve political audiences. Building a real conservative or blunt common sense talking chatbot that rivals ChatGPT would require billions of dollars in investment and talent and legal protection, and no right-leaning group has shown an inclination. So there's tremendous demand for a non-PC truth-optimizing AI but the supply is limited by structural dominance of left-leaning institutions in tech and academia, the financial and reputational risk, and the lack of conservative infrastructure to sustain AI development at scale. So Misty Copeland gets a tremendous amount of adulation. It's not because she has many insightful things to say.
Thinking of, so many young Black and brown people that didn't even know that Lincoln Center was a place they could step foot in. And when they see my poster on the front and they feel like, and it opens their minds up to a whole new world. And to me, it's not just about coming to see me. It sparks their interest to want to participate and to want to learn more about the art form and whatever may take place at Lincoln Center as well. But I think that it brings us together. I think that art is the most incredible way to build bridges, no matter what political party you're in. Yeah, I can't think of a better way to.
All right, just a tissue of cliches.
I don't know where the COVID-19 virus originated, but I do realize in retrospect that I was too quick to take the official story that it came from a wet market where wild animals were sold at face value. If I'm honest, I accepted it because it served my own motivated reasoning and reinforced my worldview. The pandemic was a little less frightening to me if it was yet another example of humans overstressing nature and getting bitten in the ass for it. Then, as time went on, the lab leak theory became a key talking point from people like Naomi Wolf and Steve Bannon, where it was mixed with baseless claims about bioweapons, along with plenty of anti-Asian racism. Those seem to be further reason not to take another look at the facts. Even though more and more facts...
So, Kip asked, am I still a vegetarian? I regard myself as a vegetarian because I never consciously eat meat or fish, but I do swallow 6 beef organ capsules every morning. So to some would say that means you're no longer a vegetarian. But due to I am 59 years of age, I've never consciously eaten meat or fish. On those rare occasions where I accidentally had a little bit of fish or meat, my whole system just reacted. So you don't do something for 59 years, even something as healthy and as good for you as eating meat or eating fish, right? Your system is likely to revolt because we train ourselves. And I could likely overcome my training, but I'm not willing to pay the price. So I still see myself as a self-hating vegetarian. Seventh-day Adventists used to cook up veggie links or veggie burgers and various forms of fake meat. What's the point of pretending to eat something that tastes like meat? Because many Seventh-day Adventists are converts to Seventh-day Adventism. They want to be good Seventh-day Adventists, and so it is a part of the religion and the culture to be vegetarian, but they grew up eating meat, so they miss that taste. I never grew up eating meat, so eating fake meat makes no sense to me. But there's such an enormous market for fake meat. Shows that it's meeting people's needs. But obviously, we evolved to eat meat. And raising your kids vegetarian is just a terrible thing to do for them. Their cognitive development, their physical development, and their social development. Because being a vegetarian, it makes you a social pariah. It makes you a nuisance to host for a meal.
Facts and documents were piling up that supported a serious consideration of the lab leak hypothesis. Most liberals and leftists didn't bother looking for months because we didn't want to be like them, in the same way that I didn't want to be like her. In an odd way, their over-the-top conspiracies fed our credulity. Their question everything led to many of us not questioning enough.
So this is becoming a very standard narrative.
That we were reacting to the fact that conspiracy theorists believed this by not believing it without investigating the evidence.
We were basically writing them off because they were kooky, but we wrote off the entire theory, right? Rather than saying, okay, the bioweapon stuff is a little silly, but this could have been an accidental lab leak. This is something worth looking into. And so in May of 2021, we had this huge explosion of articles being like, the media really fucked this up. Like Iglesias writes a piece called The Media's Lab Leak Fiasco. It was a fiasco the way that we treated this as a conspiracy theory when it actually deserved a lot more consideration.
Maybe that explains the fact that now the lab leak is like the American public's leading hypothesis.
Yeah. There's a poll from March 2023 that's around 65% of Americans believe that it's true. It's 35% of Democrats, which is not the majority of Democrats, but still pretty strong.
This is what's so frustrating about some of this discourse where people are like, we really messed up when we didn't consider this enough. And it's sort of like, well, if the public believes it at a 65% clip, that's about as close to consensus as you're going to get in modern America on something that has a sort of political valence.
Yeah.
then, like, what exactly is the journalistic concern? It sounds to me like if what you believe is that the lab leak is a likely hypothesis, then you did fine. Journalists didn't fuck up. People believe it. So what else do you want? I just don't quite get it.
I don't want to come for Naomi Klein. Like I said, I really like her. I like that book. But I think this narrative does not hold up to the facts, right? If you look at the actual timeline of when the lab leak theory emerged and the way that it was treated in the early months, people treated it as a conspiracy theory in the early months of the pandemic because it was being pushed by conspiracy theorists, right? It was Tom Cotton on Fox News saying that the market origin.
So even if you're saying something that you believe is 100% true, if disreputable people are saying the same thing, or people committing heinous acts of criminal violence are saying the same thing that you are, you have to take into consideration other factors aside from truth if you want to be effective. Now, if you are just blindly all about the truth and come what may with regards to the consequences, that's one approach with certain benefits. But if you primarily care about being effective, then you might need to vary your language if what you believe to be true is the same thing as people who are disreputable or even engaged in heinous behavior. Then you might need to change your language. Or if you believe that God and religion are the greatest solutions to human evil, then if you want to be effective, you have to use language other than typical religious language if you want to reach people. For example, perhaps substitute the word reality for God.
And had been debunked, which was completely not true. It was also coming from the fucking Zero Hedge blog, which is like a infamous conspiracy peddler. So people were saying, oh, this is a conspiracy theory because conspiracy theorists were saying it.
Right. And also, by the way, it was like, even if we believed that like subsequent evidence showed that lab leak was the most likely explanation, in early 2020, that evidence didn't exist.
No,
so like,
none.
This is always so hard for people to process. But like, if you guess something correctly and insist before knowing that it's true, that's not actually evidence that you're reasoning correctly.
This is a fucked up comparison, but I always think about the episode that me and Sarah did about the Duke Lacrosse rape case, where that did turn out to be a false accusation, but there were a ton of people who basically the minute they heard a rape allegation, they were like, she's lying. And then it eventually turned out she was lying, and they're like, I was vindicated, but it's like, you just think all women are lying about being raped at all times.
No, I don't think that is a fair reaction. It's there were people such as Stephen Miller who saw that there was a hysterical reaction against the Duke lacrosse team based on highly limited evidence.
Like, once again, I was correct. Of the 25 women I've accused of making up sexual assault claims, the third has been proven correct. Like, it's not... You don't get to do this.
I think this sort of, again, on the surface, feels like an important thing to do of like, yes, there is groupthink on the left. And I also think after something is proven to be true, like once we found out that Lance Armstrong was fucking using steroids, it's like worth going back and being like, wait a minute, on what basis were people saying that they were lying? Like, what can we learn from the trajectory of this piece of information? And like, did we wait too long before accepting it? I think those kinds of mechanics are like actually really important.
Right.
But the problem with the lab leak is that we're missing the part where it's true.
And I don't even really know.
So Ann Coulter interviewed a right-wing political scientist, right? His name's Darel E. Paul. And recently published an essay noting how mass immigration reduces fertility.
And it really focuses on the case of Czechia, or I guess sometimes we'll call it the Czech Republic, and a country that had really high fertility, really rising fertility all throughout the 2010s after having kind of a typical post-communist collapse in the 1990s. And then when the big wave of Ukrainian immigration into Czechia comes in 2022, and obviously the ensuing years, the fertility rate in the country just absolutely crashes. And certainly I don't think it's all because of immigration. I'm sure there's lots of things going on. Fertility is falling all over the world, and especially in Central Europe. But I think it's pretty clear that mass immigration has a big role to play here. Czechia's fertility fell faster than anybody else's. It fell further than anybody else's. And so I think mass immigration is playing a big role there. And as certainly you know, and I'm sure lots of your listeners.
And this is mass immigration from Ukraine. right? People with whom they have a great deal in common. So it's not like it was mass immigration, right, from a bizarre outside group. So this political scientist, he admires the work that Ron DeSantis did in Florida, not just tearing down the left, but building up the right wing. And I just lost my link. Here we go.
And therefore to form couples, form bonds, which are, of course, the things that create children.
So we really need young right-wingers reproducing like mad.
Well, the conservatives and religious people have more children than secular and left-wing people. That is the case, and there's lots of data to show it.
Excellent. I hope that continues. In an article titled How the War on Woke Was Won for Now. Oh, my gosh, what a tribute to Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. I don't think he even knows about this article, but I'm so glad to see it because I've had this argument with my friends. Is DeSantis winning, particularly on the Disney case and the Stop Woke Act? So can you go through your description of how he, and a little bit Elon Musk, but really DeSantis is the hero of killing off wokeness?
Yeah, this was kind of a puzzle to me that I was thinking about and wanting to write that article. How did we get this transformation? It seemed like in 2020, certainly 2021, this was a juggernaut, right? There was just nothing stopping transgenderism. There was nothing stopping critical race theory and all of these kinds of things that we saw just a few years ago. And then all of a sudden there was this backlash, and not just a backlash that didn't matter, right? A bunch of people who don't have any power complaining about things, but people who actually had real power and used that power. And so thinking about it and looking especially at what had happened in Florida under DeSantis, I personally think that DeSantis's use of state power was really the beginning of the transformation, that he used it very aggressively, but he also stood up politically, stood up in public before the press. He didn't cower. He didn't apologize, as lots of governors before him had done. They had signed bills, and then as soon as Walmart or Major League Baseball or whomever started complaining, they backtracked immediately. DeSantis didn't do that, and that I think was quite remarkable. Also, because Florida is just such a big state. It's an important state. Florida can do things, and Capitol will listen in a way that Wyoming or Utah can do, and Capitol won't, and Capitol will try to just mow these people down. And so I think some of the bills right around Disney, some of the bills around the K through 12 education system, and then also the takeover of New College of Florida, I think were pretty remarkable interventions. And so therefore I think, I think the evidence is good that DeSantis was at the very least the beginning of the turnaround in this country.
I didn't realize how ridiculous that college was that he took over.
There's a lot of those kinds of places, right? There's a apparatus and the censorship apparatus that was linked into DEI ideology really in one fell swoop. And most importantly, I think, the criticism of him was, you're going to kill the company. Like literally Twitter will not work anymore. It will seize up. It won't be able to function, and you'll have destroyed this, multi-billion-dollar organization. And of course that didn't happen. Not to say that Musk, we could probably talk about that too, the Trump-Musk fallout, but Musk, I think, has done some things to Twitter that I don't think have been, he is very, very dedicated to technology and a technological solution, so-called, to the fertility problem in Western countries. That's not the problem. The problem is not technology. The problem is coupling. And Musk is not coupling. He is having children with many different women. Rumors are, I think I saw a class in not just the United States, but I think all Western countries. And it's a social service ideology, I guess we could call it that, which in some ways is good, right? If we're going to have professionals whom we give a lot of income to and a lot of autonomy to and a lot of authority to, whether they're teachers and professors like me or whether they're doctors or lawyers or whatever they might be, we want them to have the public interest at heart. And so that, I think, is part of the understanding of the professional class and how it sees itself. And so therefore, because of that, I think there's always going to be an interest in how society is organized. And then from that kind of fundamental interest, the professional class is very liable to latch on to all kinds of popular ideologies. It's probably always going to have a pretty hard-edged left wing to it, and that left wing is always going to be looking to send its ideology into the heart of the professional class. And so in my view, I think there's these two competing ideologies in the professional class in America. One of them is meritocracy, and the other is this kind of social justice ideology. And they kind of wax and wane. Sometimes one is more strong, sometimes the other is. But I don't think we're going to get rid of either one of them.
Mm-hmm. No, I thought it was interesting. I'd never seen it before, your theory of the managerial ideology. I think you have capitalism, socialism, and managerialism. Right. And why they will always be for diversity, i.e. discrimination against white men. Why is that? Why couldn't they have their little bureaucratic jobs and their parking spots in some stupid building in Washington, but still hire on merit?
Yeah. I think we often kind of think that managers or kind of people in corporate positions are the ones who are most pro-capitalist, most pro-market. But of course, I think anybody who studies capitalism will know that that's not exactly true. And there's all kinds of reasons why so-called free trade agreements are thousands upon thousands of pages long, because they're not really set out to be free trade. They're meant to manage things, right? So that my corporation or my industry gets lots of benefits, especially at the cost of somebody else, right? So kind of sticking the other guy with the cost and letting me reap the benefits. And so a managerial ideology is, I think.
And Elliot Blatt makes a sharp comment here in the chat. Elon Musk has alienated all of his would-be supporters. I've only seen people with drug problems do this. Yes, the way Elon has been acting in his tempestuous posts about Donald Trump and then deleting those most egregious posts does seem to be indicative of a drug problem.
I think tied into some of the self-interest that I guess we all have at some level. But it's an ideology because it's a claim that managers are the essential figures in any, at least kind of advanced developed society that we might see today. That managers are necessary to take the diversity that exists in society. Obviously, it's been created in many ways through things like immigration, but through things like ideology around sexuality or all kinds of other identity projects that we're all familiar with now, and says that that diversity is not going to automatically create benefits for society. It needs to be managed. And therefore, who best to manage things but managers? And so that's the managerial ideology and why I think it's fundamentally rooted.
So asking who benefits is a powerful tool for understanding why individuals and groups act as they do. Who benefits, and do the benefits to the individual who is speaking and acting, or the group who is speaking and acting in a particular way, the benefits to the individual or the group, do they also correspond with general social benefits?
Rooted in diversity. And so you can see that in higher education now, right? When the Trump administration is going after a Columbia University or a Harvard University, they are hanging on to dear life, and that dear life is DEI. I think they believe it, and I think they believe it not just because they think it's right, but also because I think it serves their interests and builds their power.
I think I see now. It was stunning to me reading about all these Fortune 500 companies who, whenever there's a referenda or the lawsuits, I told you my law firm brought Grutter and what was the one in...
Was it the Fisher case?
Fisher and Grutter, yeah. And I remember at the time, all of corporate America, I didn't realize how bad it was. And you list how many Fortune 500 companies are coming out with this pablum about, no, we need diversity. And I just always assumed it was because of their liberal wives, so they could get, I don't know, the race demagogues to leave them alone. But as I understand what you're saying now, and I read your article, now I understand it more. If they just promoted on meritocracy, if they stopped discriminating against white men, whether it's Harvard or a Fortune 500 company, well, a computer could do that. Just put in the SATs and let those kids get.
No, I find attention intoxicating. I find attention from attractive young women particularly intoxicating. But there are all sorts of things in life that people find intoxicating. Making money, having power, having status, right? All of these things are intoxicating and can blind people to the harm that they are doing.
Get an admission letter and look at publications and scholarly research and let those people get the professorships. But as long as it's some complicated thing where we need a certain number of gays and transgenders and blacks and indigenous, well, that's what you need the managers for.
Well, I think you're right to be skeptical because the evidence for this is really poor to non-existent. And most telling, corporations came to this.
Right. There's no evidence that diversity makes corporations more profitable. Right, it's a lie.
This belief well before there was any evidence for it, well before social scientists decided, let's actually take this project on and try to measure stuff and see whether there's any basis for these claims. The corporate sphere just ran off and said, well, we're going to do this because we think it's right. Some of that, I think, is rooted in the politics of the 1960s and the 1970s, trying to respond to a lot of the racial unrest of those periods. And so to quite frankly, protect themselves, right? We don't want people out there revolting against us, so we're going to try to skim off the top. We're going to try to co-opt a lot of their leaders and bring them into our group and then make our group more diverse in that way, but also because that makes it easier for us to rule them over the longer term. So I think that's part of what's going on. But I think they really do believe that, well, we have a diverse consumer base, and so therefore we need to have a diverse advertising crew. We need to have a diverse set of members of the board of directors and all of these things. And I've actually talked to a couple of these. I've talked to people who have, they're not currently CEOs because they'd never talked to a person like me, but kind of former CEOs of pretty big corporations. From talking to them, I think they really believe this stuff. I don't think it's a show. I don't think they're doing it because they're afraid of their wives. I think they've really drunk the Kool-Aid.
Well, it's really easy to believe in things that give you more status and power and income. And it's very difficult to believe in things that will reduce your status, power, and income. So a life that optimizes for truth is very likely to be a painful and isolated life.
Well, also, I assume most of trace the studies on how great diversity is. And
could represent that one on our board, then we're going to have to get one of those people. And so rather than actually looking for valuable kinds of diversity, which presumably you could.
All right. I liked some of Tim Dillon's commentary here on the Trump-Musk.
Who was brought into the White House under the auspices of figuring out how much fraud, waste, and abuse there is in the government. Now, obviously, there is a lot. He doesn't really find any. He said, it's going to be $2 trillion. Then
so I have friends who make money in the diversity industry. And I don't think it's the most honorable way to earn a living. But given that billions of dollars and great power have gone to create incentives to build this diversity industry, if you can find a way to make a legal buck from it, okay.
And it was $1 trillion. Now it's whatever. He's running around going, Social Security's paying all this stuff out to dead people, but that's not true. Social Security keeps people on the rolls, but they're not really being paid, and that's been proven.
Elon Musk has posted so many things, particularly in his Doge efforts, that were simply not true, not accurate, destroying his credibility. He was doing possibly valuable work, but he did it in an incredibly slipshod way.
He hasn't shown any proof of all this waste and fraud and abuse that he uncovered. He's just kind of running around high. And then Trump is passing this grotesque bill that's going to mire the country in even more debt. And Elon Musk tweets, I'm sorry, I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Elon is trying to kill the bill, this big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump loves. This big, beautiful bill, by the way, is an expansion of the federal debt. It gets rid of the EV mandate, which Musk does not like. Musk also, by the way, has beef.
So Elon Musk's outburst reminds me of my father's outburst in 1979. So my father was a polarizing figure within the Seventh-day Adventist Church because of the way that he would say things. For example, I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, meaning a Protestant denomination, and one of the strongest put-downs you can ever make as a Protestant is to accuse something of being papist. And my father would often say about ideas he didn't approve of, oh, that's fine, but it's papist. So my father would use inflammatory language. He had a PhD in rhetoric, and he would deploy his rhetorical skills against his theological and social enemies. And his enemies didn't like that, and they fought back. And so my father was, on the one hand, something like a rock star in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and that there was an enormous audience for his message. But on the other hand, he built up an enormous body of enemies who constricted the things that he wanted to do. So the Seventh-day Adventist Church turned down his Sabbath School pamphlet, and there are other social setbacks, publishing setbacks that my father suffered. And as a result, he acted out, and he, in a public lecture, he attacked a foundational theological doctrine of the church, belief in the investigative judgment and other theological esoterica if you're not a Seventh-day Adventist, but essentially he attacked the church's belief in its own divine chosenness. And that's not a good thing to do if you want to stay within a group. And why did my father finally lash out at one particular juncture in his life? Because he'd received a series of setbacks in his ambitions. And Elon Musk, similarly, he received a series of setbacks in his ambitions, and so he then lashed out. But when people lash out, the things that they claim that they are lashing out over are not usually the true things. Right? People who are intellectuals react very badly to limits on their recognition and their status.
For Trump over the Sam Altman, the OpenAI. Musk doesn't like the idea that he feels like he's been sidelined by other tech people. So Musk is unhappy with all of this. So he goes to war with this bill, saying that it's an abomination. And then he goes nuclear on X and goes, the reason the Epstein files are not out is because Trump is in them. Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump, real Donald Trump, tagged, is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. Elon Musk, mark this for the future. The truth will come out. Everyone knows I'm not a huge fan of Elon Musk. I think that Elon Musk, one of the most offensive things to me is people trying to be funny.
Why not be a fan of the good things that Elon Musk does and not be a fan of the dumb and bad and stupid and idiotic and false things that Elon Musk does? Right? Peter Thiel says a whole bunch of nonsense. Right? Peter Thiel does some good things. He's a billionaire. He has shown some financial success, yet overall his public pronouncements are often ludicrous.
Funny who aren't funny. This is a horrible thing. This is a terrible thing that happens. People that want to be funny that have other things like, I don't know, all the money in the world. And that's not enough. It's never enough. Watching someone try to be funny and fall down on their face, it's terrible. It's, as a comedian, as somebody who is funny, it's sad to watch, and it makes them cringe. Like, I want my billionaires kind of quiet and evil and, plotting, and I don't want them doing like dad jokes and
On the other hand, the juvenile nature of Elon Musk may well give him the energy to do the great things that he does. Right? We're often fueled by things that are not noble. Right? Here's some elite discourse to critique Washington Week with The Atlantic.
Gave his former best friend Elon Musk access to enormous amounts of secret government data, and there's no predicting what Musk could do with it. But the world at large is in a state of seemingly permanent tumult, and so it's a good time for a general checkup. My guest tonight is Thomas Friedman, a 3-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and foreign affairs columnist for the New York Times.
So just because you win the Pulitzer Prize 3 times and you are a long-time columnist of the New York Times, right, there's very little correlation between these achievements and telling the truth.
Thanks for coming in for our seemingly annual checkup. I want to ask you about this Elon Musk business, and maybe we can put it into some serious context. Before we jump to that, I want to read something that my colleague Charlie Warzel, writing in The Atlantic this morning, had to say. The sun rises every morning. Spring turns to summer. Water is wet. Donald Trump and Elon Musk's relationship has ended with a post about Jeffrey Epstein. And then, of course, he tweeted these.
So nobody who writes for The Atlantic is pro-Trump or pro-MAGA, right? All you get in The Atlantic are denunciations of MAGA.
These guys really do escalate quickly. Musk tweeted, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day."
So both guys love attention. And I love attention. And so what's underneath this kind of neediness? And that is there's a social maladjustment. Now, you can channel your social maladjustment in socially productive ways, this Elon Musk outburst is not a productive channeling of one's social maladjustment. But if you have this great thirst for attention, right, it doesn't come from a particularly healthy place, right? It comes from a deep sense of loneliness. And one of the best articulators of this kind of wound is a guy from Canada, a Christian named Tim Fletcher.
Of our life. And so I want to look at this issue. And I want to begin by just dealing with some of the misconceptions I think that people have around loneliness. So I think a lot of people think that the more friends you have, the less lonely you are.
Right, so loneliness is not about the amount of people you have in your life, right? Loneliness is some kind of maladjustment in yourself where you feel bereft, right? It's not about the people around you. You can be spending time in solitude for a week and not at all feel lonely. On the other hand, you can be in a crowd of your friends and feel lonely. So loneliness has to do with the way that you are wired, and it can be modified to a great extent. But if you are miswired, you'll likely never become as solidly wired in a productive direction as normally someone who naturally is attuned to getting closer to people who are good for him and getting further away from people who are bad for him.
Problem with that is that many people have many superficial friends, but they still feel lonely. So the issue isn't the amount of friends you have. The issue is that you have the type of friend that you can experience true emotional connection, attachment with. They're safe. You can be open and vulnerable. That's what gets rid of loneliness. It's not the amount of friends that you have. Secondly, many people think that if you're married, then you won't be lonely. And what they found from studies is that 60% of married people feel lonely. So marriage is not the solution to loneliness, because many people who are married...
So I've often lumped on or attached myself to people who are much more socially functional than myself, and my loneliness went away because I was essentially borrowing from their functioning. But that's not a lasting solution, right? The lasting solution is the internal work, which I've found largely through 12-step programs, to start to rewire my responses to stimuli so that my responses are more aligned with reality, more aligned in a productive direction.
Or in a relationship with an emotionally unavailable person, so they still feel lonely. Another misconception is that introverts experience greater loneliness than extroverts. So extroverts are the people, and they just like being with people, so they think, oh, they're never lonely. No, it's not about your personality.
Right, so my supposition is that my attention-seeking, Donald Trump's attention-seeking, Elon Musk's attention-seeking comes from this place of a deep inner miswiring, a deep inner loneliness, a deep inner void, a hole in the soul, if you want to get metaphysical.
It's about your ability to attach securely to people. If that is interrupted, if you have only experienced insecure attachment, doesn't matter if you're an introvert or an extrovert.
Right. I don't think my father would have lashed out against the Seventh-day Adventist Church's foundational doctrine if his wiring had been more attuned to reality.
You're going to experience loneliness. And then another misconception is that loneliness is just bad. There's nothing good about loneliness. Loneliness can be very bad. We've seen that. But there's a type of loneliness that can be very good for periods of time. It can lead to greater self-understanding, growth. So loneliness is not just a negative across the board. Let me go now to defining what we mean by loneliness. So it's defined technically as a social pain, a psychological mechanism that's designed to motivate people to seek social connections. So if you look at your hunger and thirst mechanism in the body, if you don't have enough food or water, that mechanism is engaged and you have the feeling of hunger or thirst. What has happened in the psychological is if you don't connect.
So I was crossing the street in Beverly Hills about a month ago, and I fell forward, and I stopped my fall largely with my left hand. And so even a month later, this hurts, right? There's something wrong with my hand, because when I'm doing push-ups, it hurts, and my hand should not hurt when I push myself off the floor when I'm doing push-ups, right? There's an injury there. And so too with my internal wiring, right? If I'm feeling lonely, it's a warning system, right? This is a warning system. Something's wrong because of the amount of pain that I feel just with this pushing on the bottom palm of my hand, that I've suffered some kind of injury. God forbid I broke some bones there. And so too, while my wrist works, right, there's an injury. I'm not at proper functioning. And that's an analogy for understanding what's proper mental and emotional functioning.
It then engages this longing, this thirst for connection, this feeling of loneliness, that I'm missing something. I want connection. So understand again, it's not just the lack of people in one's life that causes loneliness. It's the lack of true connection. That's what we're driving.
So one reason I've gotten such a payoff from having sex with different partners is that it kind of temporarily filled this loneliness in my soul. I felt suddenly deeply connected to somebody.
At over and over again, that's what gets misunderstood by so many people. But I need to take it further. Loneliness is not just about the...
Right, so that's a miswiring, right? If I'm seeking more from sex than is really there, if I'm seeking more from sports, if I'm seeking more from live streaming or from blogging than is really there, right? That's because I am not responding appropriately to reality. There's something misaligned in me.
The lack of connection with other people, though that's true, it's also about the lack of connection with yourself. And we're going to explain that in a bit, because that's what comes out of complex trauma. You don't connect with others, and so you stop connecting with yourself. There are different types of loneliness, or things that kind of feed.
So feeling lonely is an alarm system, right? And it's only when something's gone wrong, all right, where you're already suffering, that you may become conscious, all right? You may well be walking around this problem just latent, and then certain times the latent becomes blatant and you can no longer ignore it. But you really don't want these kind of alarms going off, right? You don't want fire alarms going off in your apartment. You want to deal with it. You want to take care of the underlying conditions and the underlying internal response to stimuli that now have resulted in you getting these internal alarms.
Into loneliness where people feel it. So the most obvious is the
So I noticed the dominant characteristic in the sex industry and the porn industry was a lack of ties, lack of connection, because if you could really only do porn if you weren't connected to many people in reality. And so for many people in the porn industry and many people who do live streaming and podcasts, they're trying to fill this void of normal levels of connection by seeking fame. And fame can temporarily fill that hole in your soul that comes from a lack of genuine connection. But it's immediate, right? There's some kind of immediate payoff. Hey, I'm famous. I no longer feel so lonely. It's just not a lasting solution.
Interpersonal. So you don't have friends, you lose relationships, and now you feel loneliness. But then there's a social type of loneliness where you always have felt on the fringes of the in-groups. You're always feeling excluded.
Right. So that's my tendency. I got quite teary a couple of months back when I reflected that I was not invited to a particular Shabbat dinner. But then when a little time passed, I realized, I had been invited and I just ignored the invite. And so I often naturally tend, when I'm with a group of people, to move to the edges of the group, to move outside of the dance and to watch the group dancing while I'm sitting outside the group observing. And there's a lot more happiness and joy and strength to be derived from being inside the dance rather than just observing the dance.
From the cool people, rejected by certain groups. So there's a loneliness.
the way this guy speaks, he just sums up my experience of life. He's so good. This is how I experience life, mate.
That comes out of that. Then there can be a cultural loneliness where you're a minority within a certain type of race, within a certain culture, and you just don't fit into that. Somebody has explained loneliness often develops in stages. It's a progressive thing. So in the beginning, at the onset, something stops you from socializing. So you're not able to make the connection. So it could be you've got problems and you're embarrassed to talk to people about them, so you kind of isolate. Or you got problems and you're afraid to ask for help because you don't want to be a burden, so you keep everything to yourself. Or you're in an environment in the culture where you're just not able to get out socially because of health reasons, because of a virus, whatever. And so all of a sudden, you feel a disconnect. That creates then, I feel, an emptiness. I feel something's missing in my life. I feel a certain loneliness. So there's an emotional piece, a social emptiness that is felt. So two things can then happen. People can go and try to get connection. But if they try to get connection, but it's not received, it's rejected, then they really feel lonely.
I'm a big fan of the YouTube channel Psychax.
I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is Psychax. Better. She wants him to understand that because of some difficult sexual experiences in her past, or because of her shame-based family of origin, or because of her work-related stress, she can't, won't comply with his request. She believes that the problem is not the lack of sex, but her husband's failure to adequately understand why she doesn't want to have sex. And if he did adequately understand her situation, then the problem would go away, presumably because he would stop wanting.
So empaths such as Elliot Blatt are often trapped here, right? They suffer in the trap of understanding because they have empathy for how other people feel. They are making way too many concessions for their own best interests.
To have sex with her. And that's generally not what happens. Now, understanding has its uses. Like understanding the reasons behind another person's behavior can certainly help you to be more kind, more patient, and more compassionate with that person. When you can appreciate that any individual's response to the present moment is on some level rational and comprehensible, given an understanding of this person's programming and experience, then you can treat people with more tolerance and forbearance, if not more love and care. And that is no small thing. However, understanding does nothing to change the needs surrounding the behavior that requires understanding. Like in the example I just gave, understanding why his wife isn't interested in having sex isn't going to change the husband's desire to have sex with his wife. Or to take other examples, understanding why someone, say, flies into a rage or doesn't follow through on commitments or belittles others with sarcasm might allow us to feel some measure of compassion for that person. However, that understanding does nothing to impact our desire to, say, not be yelled at, or not be left hanging, or not be disrespected. And this...
I think this is a large reason why so many people don't care to access their feelings of empathy, because it will be likely used by other people as a concession, right? As soon as you empathize, you will concede to the other person and reduce the incentives for the other person to give you what you seek.
Is the trap of understanding. Those who beg for the understanding of others on some level are asking other people to change. They are functionally asking other people to accommodate them, which typically requires special consideration and the relinquishment of certain often legitimate desires. These people essentially communicate that I shouldn't have to change, I shouldn't have to heal or examine my programming or process my shame or experiment with new behaviors or courageously face my fears. Everyone else should have to change because I can't.
Right. Watch out for the trap of understanding.
Day, DJT. So put this into some kind of context that makes sense for ordinary people. What is going on here?
Well, I confess, Jeff, on the way over, I thought you'd ask me about this. And the first thing that popped into my mind was the Iran-Iraq war. What did we say about the Iran-Iraq war? If only both sides could lose. Okay, right. So there's no...
Right, so these are conversations taking place between people on the left, and given Elon Musk's right-wing tilt over the past few years and Donald Trump's power, right, obviously someone on the left, someone with a left-wing hero system, wants both of these guys to lose.
Hero in this story. What it really is the latest manifestation to me of the central truth of the Trump 2 administration. Trump 1 was surrounded by buffers. Trump 2 is surrounded by amplifiers.
Now, I think he's absolutely right here. Right, so Trump is sending the National Guard to Los Angeles because he's no longer surrounded by people who undercut what he wants to do. He's surrounded by people who want to support.
We start with that breaking news: calamity and chaos in the city after a second day of ICE raids on undocumented immigrants.
The raids led to more violent clashes between federal.
What a ridiculous euphemism, right? Undocumented immigrants. What, they just forgot their documents, right? Illegal alien is much closer to the truth.
Agents and protesters, with President Donald Trump now deploying the National Guard, he says, to restore order. KTLA's Jennifer McGraw live in downtown L.A. as more National Guardsmen continue arriving, and we know local leaders, our governor, are opposed to this move. Jennifer.
Yeah, Governor Newsom says that this is just causing a spectacle, but Trump says that this absolutely needs to be done to protect federal agents. Now, we've already seen hundreds of military personnel arrive here to downtown Los Angeles. It's crazy. Take a look to see military personnel coming downtown. The last time we saw this was in 2020 with the death of George Floyd, with another day of violent clashes with protesters.
But overwhelmingly in 2020, because Trump wasn't surrounded by enablers, right? He was surrounded by buffers. Trump was much less effective in deploying federal law enforcement officers to quell riots.
Law enforcement, the president administration is sending at least 2,000 National Guard troops here to Los Angeles. And again, the last time we saw this was back in 2020, but they want to make sure that the city is safe. Again, for the second day in a row, protesters were outside the federal detention facility here in downtown L.A., chanting and holding signs. There is also spray paint all over the city buildings, rubber bullets all over the streets, and, of course, a scent of pepper spray in the air. These demonstrations have escalated throughout the day into a fiery, tumultuous clash with federal agents. What started out as chanting turned violent, with fires being set, objects being thrown at officers, and that's when the LAPD and deputies began to clear the scene. These arrests and raids are causing an uproar across the city, and as we know, they will likely continue.
They're causing an uproar by a tiny percentage of Los Angelinos, right? Most people are much more focused on their family, friends, their job, and their particular tribe.
We're here to be peaceful. We're here to...
who cares?
And therefore, stuff that used to begin at the Mar-a-Lago bar.
So Trump is much more effective at carrying out his agenda this term compared to last.
And then get muffled in the Oval Office, now goes from the Mar-a-Lago bar right to the Oval Office, right to you and me. And whether it's what he feels about, Musk or his role, he wants him in the government. But to me, the whole Musk phenomenon is part of a much deeper and more disturbing phenomenon from an American citizen point of view, which is nothing here is modeled. Nothing here is stress tested. Everything is a riff. The country is being run like the...
Kip has an honest comment here. He says, some recoil at the horror and the void of complete loneliness. I find it freeing after a former life filled with way too many appointments. Once I moved over an hour away from friends and family, their visits subsided all by choice. And what goes unsaid here is the anxiety and the challenge of standing up for oneself while staying in connection with the people most important to you was just too exhausting. And so you can move away if the strength that you need to accurately juggle your own needs versus maintaining connection is just too challenging. But there's not much growth from either extreme response. Right? There's no personal growth to be derived from always giving in to others or moving away from others, so you don't have to confront the challenge. Right? The path of growth is becoming differentiated and learning to appropriately stand up for your own interests while maintaining varying levels of connection with the people who are most important to you. So giving in or moving away, they are both taking the easy way out.
Trump organization today, not like the United States of America. And so as a result of that, Jeff, there's no second order thinking. All right. What's second order thinking? I'm going to put on tariffs, okay? 10%.
I suspect there is second order thinking. I suspect that the Trump administration regards these riots as an opportunity to imprison, arrest, and deport bad people. And the Trump administration banks that this will be generally popular.
Across the board, including Canada and Mexico, even though I'm violating an agreement I signed with them when I was president last time. Second order thing.
So what's most important, following an agreement or tearing up an agreement and pursuing a new path that might be more advantageous for your group? There's not a clear answer. Sometimes the best thing to do is to follow an agreement, and other times it is to rework the agreement.
Thinking is, oh my God, you mean the Ford F-150, only 1/3 of its parts are made in America?
Trump's critics are right that there is a slipshod, ineffective, haphazard, reckless way that Trump and his administration do many things, including with regard to tariffs. Right? My biggest concern about this Trump administration would be a lack of competence, and there does seem to be a lack of competence with the way that the Trump administration is implementing tariffs.
And the other 2/3 now are going to be tariffed. I will bet any amount of money no one told him that. And that's true now of everything. And so, for the first trimester of this administration, you think the first 3 months, all of this was kind of entertaining. But now he's running up against a wall. It turns out he can't solve the Russia-Ukraine war overnight. It turns out tariff wars aren't easy to win. It turns out, Musk is not going to, do the revolution in the government for him.
Turns out courts sometimes don't like what you do.
Exactly. And so I think the second, 3 months are going to get very interesting as he runs into this.
So that's true, what he just said. It's also true that this administration is trying more things, is displaying more courage, is quote-unquote thinking outside the box, right, is trying to achieve its goals, even though the elites say that it won't work. And so when you try many things, particularly if you start operating out where the buses don't run no more, you're going to have a much higher degree of failure than if you don't try difficult things.
Reality. And I don't know where it's going to go, but it leaves me disquiet.
That's interesting. I was thinking, as you were saying this, I was thinking about John Kelly, General John Kelly, being, and along with General Mattis and others, being those buffers or filters. There's literally no one in the White House or in the whole system who does anything but amplify. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't.
The Treasury Secretary?
I just don't see it. I mean, you hear these stories that the Treasury Secretary had to wait, for one of the other, economic guys, Peter Navarro, to be out of the room for him to come in to try to change the tariffs. This is crazy stuff. Now, I happen to be in China twice in the last 6 months. I've watched a lot of this from China, actually. Mm-hmm. And when you see it from China, I mean, they say a couple of things. One is, we are never going to put our president in a situation like Zelensky in the Oval Office where he can be embarrassed, number one. The second thing they say, Jeff, is that this isn't cute. We just saw Donald Trump tear up a trade agreement that Donald Trump made with America's two closest neighbors and allies, Canada and Mexico. What is the value?
Wow, China is outraged. They are shocked that the United States is not living up to an agreement, because China, it just always lives up to its agreements.
Therefore, of a trade agreement with him now. And, the Chinese, these are, you like them or hate them, these are serious people, And
they are not spontaneous.
No, exactly. So when Trump put the 44% tariff on them,
So Trump moves fast and breaks things, right? And that's not necessarily the worst strategy, right? There are arguments for the seemingly reckless, mad way that Trump is pursuing his goals.
They said, you talking to me? You talking to me? Do you realize that we control 90% of the rare earths that make the magnets that go in every car you make? Do you realize that? Which he didn't, which is why Ford and GM and Stellantis had to announce this week, we may actually have to curb some production because we're running out of...
Okay, I want to tune in. Oh, no, it's just talking heads there on Fox.
Chinese magnets.
Right. Stay with this Musk question for a minute, and this issue of Musk as a radical isotope in a kind of way. He's been given access to government secrets across the board in order to cut government agencies through the Doge operation. That seems like an operational security nightmare if he goes rogue. Surprising to you? I mean, where does this relation?
Yeah, if Musk goes rogue, right, he could lose tens of billions of dollars, status, power, influence, right? There could be some real pain. Right? Perhaps the biggest reason that people don't do bad things, including going rogue, is because they don't want the pain.
Relationship go? Can they bring it back from the brink? Is there anybody who's trying to bring it back from the brink, or is this?
Yeah, Musk has already deleted his most inflammatory pedo posts about Donald Trump, right? Advisors for both parties are talking, right? It's coming back from the brink because the two parties, Trump and Musk, have substantial interests in common.
It's just more chaos.
Well, I think the best way to understand this is not with the analogy of political science, but World Wrestling Federation.
Right.
And those in World Wrestling Federation, there are breakups and comeback and new teams and
I don't understand people who get such joy from following wrestling, but I finally read a book on wrestling, and this is a good framework for understanding how Trump operates.
Whatnot. I put this all in the area of entertainment, not in something serious. We're dealing with two extremely unstable characters. But what really is more important is what's the wider world audience saying?
Okay, let's check out a little bit here from Fox to get coverage about what's happening in LA.
Exactly how many arrests were made due to all of this violence. Shannon?
Christina Coleman for us in California. Thank you very much, Christina. Nata Lucas Tomlinson, who's in Bridgewater, New Jersey. He is with the president. Hello, Lucas.
Shannon, President Trump has authorized the deployment of at least 2,000 California National Guard personnel without the consent of Governor Gavin Newsom, who called Trump earlier.
We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job.
Following days of unrest, L.A. Mayor Karen Bass posted early Sunday morning, just to be clear, the National Guard has not been deployed in the city of Los Angeles. President Trump criticized Bass and Newsom, calling them incompetent. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth warned, if violence continues, active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton will also be mobilized. They are on high alert. Newsom responded, the Secretary of Defense is now threatening to deploy active duty Marines on American soil against its own citizens. This is deranged behavior. Newsom called the deployment of the National Guard a spectacle.
If it depends on what works, right? If the deployment of these forces makes Los Angeles safer, makes California safer, then I think it's a good thing.
Last night, President Trump received a standing ovation and roars as he walked out to the UFC fights in Newark. Trump arrived in New Jersey after another brawl of sorts. In an interview with NBC, Trump warned Elon Musk there would be serious consequences if he starts funding Democratic candidates. Asked if he is interested in repairing his relationship with the world's richest man, Trump says he's too busy.
I'm not really interested in that. I'm really interested.
Right, so one of the dumbest parts about the news is that it gives a great deal of emphasis to what people say when it's clearly not aligned with what they really mean.
To the White House during his send-off from the Oval Office. The vice president also had a warning for Musk.
If he and the president are in some blood feud, most importantly, it's going to be bad for the country. But I don't think it's going to be good for Elon either.
So we are very much social creatures. and the communities around both Trump and Musk are militating towards, some kind of rapprochement.
What's the wider world audience saying? They're saying, for all of our lifetime, Jeff, sort of post-war America, if I had an extra dollar and I'm a foreigner, I'm going to put it in America. If I have an extra, brain power and a brainy person, I'm going to study in America. And if I have a little extra dollop of trust, I'm going to trust America. Right. Now, you take all three of those things away, and you end up with a very different relationship between America and the world.
Okay, so I have to ask you, and by the way, it's interesting, right? Miami is Miami because it's a safe place for people's money. Harvard is or was Harvard because people want to come from around the world, and so on. And the United Nations is headquartered in New York. I mean, everybody for a reason. Right. We wrote the rules of the road for the post-war international order. So the question is, you're an ally or an adversary, and you're looking at this clown show. By the way, on the weekend that marks the 81st anniversary of D-Day, noting just for the record, you put yourselves in the shoes of an ally and adversary. Are you thinking that this is a midlife crisis America's having, a nervous breakdown, or is this some kind of weird terminal illness?
I don't know which. All I know is I'm completely disoriented if I'm an ally, and I'm completely disoriented if I'm the foreign affairs columnist for the New York Times, because I've never covered this world. And, our friend, Fareed Zakaria wrote a book.
These are not absurd critiques, right? There is some evidence of a brain drain. Some people are not coming to the United States to study and contribute because of the actions by the Trump administration. On the other hand, for much of Harvard's history, only a tiny, tiny percentage of its students were foreign students. So if for much of Harvard's history, 1% or fewer of its students were foreign students, I don't see what's a devastating departure if that percentage goes from 1% to 0%. Don't have a strong opinion either way.
15 years ago or so, called the post-American world. And Fareed's book was really about a change in relative power. Right. Between that, there'll be the rise of Brazil and India and other countries. Right. So we won't have as much power as we had before. What really, if I were writing a book today...
And this lacks the context that America, vis-a-vis other great powers, has only grown stronger over the past 10 years, not weaker.
Jeff, would be called the post-America world. Okay, well, that's what I'm really worried about.
And there's no evidence that this is happening, right? The evidence is that the gap in military and economic power between the United States and the other superpowers is growing in America's favor. It's not diminishing.
Because America stood for some things. It stood for universal values. It stood for stability. It stood for the rule of law. It was...
Really? Is that what America was standing for? Right? That's what its foreign policy elite, right, the blob, was standing for. But America has, despite the rhetoric, right, has usually acted in its own self-interest. Right? People usually act in their own self-interest. Now, the language that America uses to cloak its pursuit of self-interest may well be the language of universalism and universal human rights, but the things that people say don't matter nearly as much as the things that people do. By entering World War I and World War II relatively late, America reaped enormous benefits while paying a much lower price.
Was a loyal ally. We were always against the dictator versus the people seeking freedom. What really worries me that...
America's always been on the side of freedom rather than dictators. We have allied with dictators when that was in our national interest. Right? He's getting confused between the rhetoric of the foreign policy blob and reality.
At the end of my, career, basically, I'm dealing with the post-America world, the America I grew up and loved and was devoted to. And
not a lot of value here.
Someone who lived abroad like you have know how important that America is to the whole world. American optimism and stability makes the...
Guess what? The Japanese think overwhelmingly about the Japanese. The Italians think overwhelmingly about the Italians. Right? He is grossly overestimating how much foreign countries and their citizens think about America and venerate America.
the world go round. You take us out of the equation. It's not like anybody else comes in. I'm sorry. You have a no superpower world.
Right.
You know.
Right. But come back to this. Is this...
So the Trump administration is not isolationist. They are for a rejiggering of American commitments in more alignment with American interests. And we no longer need our alliances as much as we did when we were fighting the Cold War.
Do you think that this instability that we're experiencing, emotional, political, all the instabilities that we're experiencing, could it be temporary? Or is this, can we not come back reputationally to start?
Well, the thing I'm worried about...
America's power does not rely on soft power, does not rely on its reputation, relies, number one, on its military might, number two, on its economic might. And those are just facts on the ground. This is such a pretentious conversation.
Most is that, and it may seem like a simple thing, but, Donald Trump came in and he told all the Democrats on the board of the Kennedy Center, you're gone. Now, traditionally, every president sort of left the other party's people there, and then he put in his people. So when you...
Traditionally, right, American people with power have acted in their own interests. Trump is more blatant in how he does it. He doesn't try to cloak his actions as often in elite rhetoric.
You enter into a kind of zero-sum politics now in America. When you fire the head of the NASA after you appointed him because he made a donation, a tiny donation to a Democrat, you're into a kind of politics that I grew up with in the Middle East. What was that? Rule or die. Okay, you're either in power...
There is a great deal of pettiness in Trump's choices. There is a blatant and mind-boggling level of corruption with this president. That's a fair critique.
Or
zero sum.
It's zero sum, okay?
I'm on top or I'm in a dungeon.
And so there's a book about African dictators called It's Our Turn to Eat, and we're just going to eat everything. So then, now if you're a Democrat, and guess what? We do have, God willing, if we still have elections, rotations in power.
Just an absurd level of hysteria if, God willing, we still have elections. I don't think we need to be concerned that there's not going to be any more elections. Right, this is from Decoding the Gurus.
And if you're not a MAGA goon, then that's your job to argue with the... Yeah, I was just thinking what this reminds me of.
So these liberal elites are often very careful with their rhetoric, but then to just throw out terms like, MAGA goon and fascist is discrediting.
The other times in my life when I've encountered communities that are like this, you see it a little bit in academia where direct confrontation is a little bit difficult, but more so it's in the music area, the hip kind of bands. I don't know if you ever hung around people that were in bands, people that
a little bit metal bands.
Well, yeah. I don't know if you're cool like me, but I hang around with a lot of musos, and there is the same kind of thing where you...
So I asked a childhood friend after we met up, and I did him a favor, and then I followed up, and he didn't get back to me for 6 weeks. And when I asked him why didn't he get back to me, he said, well, I'm a muso, right? Given that he's a musician, right, I should not hold him to the same level of accountability that I hold someone else.
You have to pander to each other's narcissism, right? You have to go, that's fucking amazing, man. That's
right. This is the way to get ahead with podcasting, live streaming, and much of life is to pander to people with power.
The best thing I've ever heard. You never, ever criticize someone else's music or their style or anything like that. It's just a thing.
But Matt, the music industry is full of famous beefs. Rappers are always going on about, Kendrick and Lamar and all that kind of stuff. Isn't that?
But the difference is, what I was talking about is the actual, a local music scene where people actually know each other, and they have something like a kind of a community of influencers.
And Kip asks, are these guys gurus or are these guys decoding gurus? And you can look at many of the definitions of guru and see that these guys rank pretty low. Right? They are an excellent model in not being self-aggrandizing. They're an excellent model in not trying to sound more profound than they really are. Right? They tend to use pretty precise, exact language, unlike the flowery expressions of a Jordan Peterson. So these are the guys who do a tremendous public service in decoding the gurus rather than becoming gurus.
It's like a community of performers that operates something like perhaps this community of gurus and influencers and
alternative media
people. Yeah, that's my theory.
Okay, interesting. Well, you thought that might have got a little heated, right? When there's that amount of fucking dropping, things have been turned up, but it goes hotter, Matt. I was impressed actually at the time at this. The backpedaling less impressed, but listen to this.
Having these bizarre, caustic encounters with both allies and foes, although not the real foes, because with Russia, he can't bring himself to remember that Putin invaded Ukraine. It's very weird. So yes, they insulted the Chinese.
Right, so this is from Batya Ungar-Sargon's appearance on the Fifth Column. And when people say that things are weird, things are mysterious, right, that makes sense when you recognize it's coming from a particular hero system, a particular understanding of life. Right, for someone who's a foreign policy realist, Donald Trump's foreign policy is not weird and it's not mysterious. But from someone who's a liberal internationalist, then it's weird.
Your one idea for reshoring.
I gave you one idea. I said there's a universe of
I know, but I want ones that you would like.
I just gave you one.
You gave me one that you would like. You gave me one idea.
How about we do
which is a tax
How about we do this? How about we do something?
I want to finish
No, this is our show, so we get to say this. But why don't we...
Okay, if you're the host and you feel no compunction about interrupting and hectoring your guests, right, I don't see why that level of bullying is admirable.
It's a simple fucking thing. I'm not going to be mau-maued on my own fucking show.
So he claims it's mau-mauing to be asked to answer a question.
Stop! I'm asking you. Camille is not the fucking president. The president is the president. You're literally telling me that the bond market movements did not force Trump's hand. That is lunacy. Like, that actually happened and everyone reported it, left, right.
All right, this is Michael Moynihan, and the Fifth Column podcast is an entertaining podcast if you like centrist, professional podcasters, journalists giving their opinions, surfing the discourse. Right, not a lot of nutrition, right, not a lot of depth, but a glib professional presentation as opposed to my much more halting, awkward, unprofessional presentation.
Center. They are responding to Wall Street. Why is Wall Street responding this way? Why are they so terrified of all this stuff? In the final question.
Okay, so if there's going to be a greater need by the American federal government for funding for its deficits, then that is an increased demand for capital, which will result in certain predictable derivatives, such as an increase in bond yields. Right, you'll have to pay a much higher percentage if you're going to secure more capital, and so that drives up bond yields, and that drives up interest rates, and it creates incentives that shift people out of equities into bonds. So right now, you want to buy a 10-year, 20-year, 30-year bond, right? You can get a 5% return. People normally expect a 7% return from equities. And so there's not much of a spread right now between equities and the bond market. And given that you can lock in a bond market return, then it's going to make sense for more and more capital to shift to bonds rather than being plowed into the equity market. So interest rates go up, and ceteris paribus, all things being equal, when interest rates go up, right, more of capital will seek that guaranteed bond return rather than investing in equities, stocks.
We'll just ask of you, because let's talk about the policy that's actually in place right now.
Moynihan got a bit annoyed.
Right. The point is he's getting annoyed from a place of not a lot of expertise. Right. It's not like he's a deep thinker on economic issues. Right. These are all professional pundits who are surfing the discourse. Now, Batya Ungar-Sargon, she published 2 substantial books. Right, I recommend both her books, the one on the working class, the other on the American news media.
But I like it because he's. I mean, this is why I listened to the Fifth Column.
Right, this is a superficial reason to like it. That these glib centrists are getting mad at a guest who is pro-Trump. Right, there's an emotional payoff here to the Decoding the Gurus lefty hosts because it corresponds with their particular hero system, but there is no increase in knowledge. Right, there's no increase in intellectual nutrition from this kind of annoyance.
Originally, because I enjoyed that kind of thing.
Yeah.
He manages to be quite coherent when he's annoyed like that. Like, he's got a point, he's got a question to ask, and he gets it out, which is good, and it's a good question. But what is... Like, it's fine. Like I think it's fine in a way for Josh Steps to talk to Candace Owens. It's fine to talk to Batya. I mean, I'm putting fine in scare quotes there, Chris. I mean, I don't care that much, but I mean, I feel like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, when they're so divorced from reality.
Batya Ungar-Sargon has a unique voice, right? She is saying things that you won't find elsewhere in the commentary sphere, and she comes from a place of scholarship. That doesn't mean her current production is scholarship, but she has a PhD in English from UC Berkeley. She has published 2 books of quality. She is a thoughtful person who has a unique perspective that you don't hear elsewhere. She is someone on the left, a Marxist, who makes the case for MAGA.
Like,
we'll get to that. But to their credit, Matt, I would say this is the point of it. The point of it should be like this, where you say, but you're dodging the question. But what the fuck are you talking about? This is lies. But I feel like Moynihan and stuff have to realize these are all the people that they were hanging around on election night with, right? These are people that they often kind of recommend as their friends and whatnot. And if your friends are absolutely partisan propagandists for a regime, is that a good thing? Because, sure, you can have dinner with them and all, but, the Fifth Column bills itself as, a media, critical of the media show and, hard-bitten political analysis. So this is what they should do for the people who are lickspittles to the regime that they know, right? Don't hold back, directly challenge them. And they are doing it here, to their credit. So I'm just going to say, I think this is what they should do, because this is revealing, right, this conversation.
And this is how the Fifth Column presents this podcast episode, right? It's number 502, The Second Battle of Batya with Batya Ungar-Sargon. This one gets pretty heated, but we're still friends, we think. Right? Why? Why does that matter? Right? Because they're all playing a game, perhaps, that it just pays off to be friendly. Does that meet people's psychological needs, right? I think the pursuit of truth is more important than whether or not the guest and the host are still friends.
And I have another clip to show.
Okay, show it.
You're sitting here sniping at the way that Trump is doing the thankless task of the only possible way.
Right, I agree with Batya. It is really easy to snipe at people doing something incredibly difficult and unusual. And a great deal of the criticism of Donald Trump is petty sniping.
To bring an end to something.
I'm just criticizing the way he's doing it.
Right. So it's he's the one person who had the guts to actually speak the truth and do the thing, and you're sitting here sniping and picking at the way that he's doing it.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. He's not
but
So sometimes the way you do something is more important than the end result, the ends. And sometimes the ends, or the goal, and pursuing the goal, even though you may be only meeting with failure, is more important than doing nothing.
That's what we do.
I mean, I cannot
That's
think,
our job.
I cannot think of a president or a politician.
Such a little bitch.
How is that a
so
bitch?
First of all, he's a big bitch.
Okay. I think that's a fair critique, I think, by Batya. Right? It is a bitchy quality to be sniping at the way Donald Trump goes about something as incredibly difficult as rejiggering America's manufacturing economy and trying to end the Russia-Ukraine war.
unmanly to criticize the
No, it's not unmanly to criticize. It is unmanly to focus on trivial aspects rather than on substance.
Journalism. Trump is journalism.
It's journalism.
You
criticize.
To say that he's doing it poorly.
It's political journalism. That's what it is.
Right. I guess, Batya, I think that actually is important that you say that, and I mean this very honestly because I think that's fundamental.
I don't receive a great deal of value from listening to the Fifth Column. I find it entertaining. It's nice to hear three people around the center, but I don't receive much value from listening to Michael Moynihan. Matt Welch is a longtime acquaintance, friend. I respect how good he is at what he does. And what he is someone who professionally provides opinions which are precise, which are professional, which accord with the people who pay him. And he has optimized his career for professional success, and he has achieved his goal. There is a price to pay, however, for every choice you make. If you optimize for professional success, you're not optimizing for truth. If you optimize for telling the truth, you will find it much more difficult to have success. You'll have a much more painful life.
Our disagreement is that I think that it is our job, and when we see these things and say, no, I don't think that's how you do it.
No, I criticize him when I think what he's doing is wrong.
Yeah, and I disagree
when he has the guts to do the thing we all admit has to be done, to snipe at the particular words he used.
We don't all agree.
No, I don't think it's the words he used. I think it's the tactic that he's taking. I think is wrong.
Little bitch, Matt. Little bitch. But that's so I can see your point there. Do people benefit from listening to this? But I think you do get insight into how Batya views the world, right? And Matt, she was asked a bit after this about Trump's qualities and what she regards as impressive about him and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. So listen to this.
And I feel a little bit there's this song that we sing on Passover, Dayenu, which means it would have been.
So Batya has a unique voice, and so it is much more challenging for someone who is essentially alone to make coherent, thoughtful, well-developed, respectable points, because you're operating out where the buses don't run no more. Right? She doesn't have a community that says the things that she says. And so the advantage with listening to Batya is you're getting something you won't get elsewhere. Disadvantage is that she doesn't have a community of people who can help her.
Enough. It would have been enough if that's all he did. But he then said, I'm going to be against war. So I'm going to actually destroy the part of this party.
So the foreign policy establishment gets its feeling of status and importance from intervening all over the world, even though that's frequently against America's best interests. So Donald Trump's foreign policy instincts, I believe, are far more aligned with America's best interests, but they go against the interventionist, status-seeking temptations of our dominant elite, particularly in foreign policy. So Donald Trump has to operate out where the buses don't run no more. Donald Trump is going to have a much harder time hiring and staffing his administration with competent people when virtually everyone that he has to staff various parts of his foreign policy administration are going to inevitably be 2003 Iraq invasion supporters. Because that's where the feeling of important status came from, right? Let's invade Iraq. After 9/11, Matt Walsh started the war blog, right? He was all on board with going to war, even though he's a self-proclaimed libertarian who simultaneously supports socialized medicine. Why is he such a strong supporter of socialized medicine? Because in his own personal challenges, married with kids, and I can understand why he would want and need accessible health care to take care of his family, and I understand why he would compromise on his libertarian ideals in the light of his own experience of the precariousness of a writing life and then trying to find access to healthcare.
That believes in American exceptionalism and nation building and so forth. We're going to be totally anti-war, but we're not going to be afraid of taking on terrorists or like our enemies. We're going to be very aggressive about that. We're just not going to get involved in other people's issues. Like Diano, like it would have been enough if he had been like only.
Now, there is a thoughtful criticism of why does Donald Trump go to the Middle East and say we're no longer going to tell you what to do, but then J.D. Vance goes to Europe and says, hey, this is what you should be doing. You should have more free speech, and you should allow the right wing more access to democratically elected positions of power. And so the way that I reconcile that seeming contradiction is that where America can wield influence in the aims of its particular hero system and what the Trump administration sees as good, it will try to wield some influence, and where it sees that it's pointless and fruitless and even self-defeating to try to wield influence, the Trump administration is going to stand back from that. And I think that's a good model for our lives. If you can have a positive influence on someone, wield that positive influence. If your reproof is only going to create derision and hard feelings and dissension and exacerbate somebody's self-destructive tendency, then don't do it, right? Recognize where you can make an impact and how you can make an impact, and recognize where you can't, and where you can't, then make peace with reality.
Like, had that foreign policy that was neither the kind of like interventionalism of the right nor the worship of weakness of the left. It would have been like enough if he had been like as pro-gay as he is, like taking the anti-gay marriage language out of the 2024 platform for the GOP.
So I believe that marriage should only be between one man and one woman. But if harping on that publicly, socially, politically is a losing formula, then I don't believe that people should engage in needless self-destruction. Right? You should operate within reality and do what you can do. You can just as firmly and fervently as ever believe in the sanctity of marriages just between a man and a woman. But if that's only going to provoke losing in real life and is going to provoke more harm than good, then shut up.
So let her recount, the ways in which Trump is a incredible leader. And all that stuff, Matt, he's destroying American exceptionalism.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's a good thing that Donald Trump does not go on and on about American exceptionalism and then try to install liberal values around the globe at the point of the sword. Right? I think that's good.
I think you're right. It is a good thing.
Like the American people, every people are a product of particular genetics and a particular culture at a particular point in time. And so every people can find reasons to believe why they're exceptional. I don't see liberal internationalism as a good guiding policy for American foreign intervention.
About speaking to someone like Batya is it can be revealing to at least some people, maybe, to understand exactly what it is. I think it does. Like I feel like I knew what Batya Ungar-Sargon was at this point, but she was better respected in the past, and it takes things like this, I think, to highlight.
Yeah, she was a conventional left-of-center thinker until circa 2020, until she spent a good deal of time in the Bible Belt in the American South and talked to a lot of people who were MAGA supporters, and she recognized that she had certain prejudices, and she changed her mind. And so the people who hold status and power in the cultural and commentary realms, right, now have contempt for her, and she lost most of her friends as a result of her courageous journey.
Where she is.
Well, let's just highlight one last time where she is exactly now.
It's a unicorn, like that he would have been so right on social issues, on economic issues, and on foreign policy issues to the exclusion of both parties where 98% of the elites exist.
And she's absolutely right. Trump hasn't started new wars. He hasn't gotten us involved in quagmires, unlike Barack Obama, who bombed Libya and created the conditions for millions of people from the Middle East to move into Europe. He didn't engage in useless wars like George W. Bush or he hasn't gotten us into a quagmire in Ukraine. He's trying to retrieve us from the quagmire that the Biden administration got us into with Ukraine.
All of them constantly trying to undermine and destroy him and imprison him for representing where 80% of Americans are at. Like, it's not for nothing. It's not like I'm...
Right. The let's stay out of these useless forever wars is a popular position among the American people, but not a popular position among professional media pundits and among the foreign policy elite. Right? This position, widely popular with the American people, gets very little respect, sympathy, or expression in our elite organs.
Part of a cult. It's like I'm looking at this and I cannot believe that there is one person who was actually willing to be exactly where I am on all of these issues, which is in a democracy where you would be, because that's where 75% of the electorate is.
So, Chris, you listened to the whole thing, and what did Ungar-Sargon say about, like, what are the things that she is for? Like she's saying that
she is interested in the working class getting a better deal, and she is interested in America staying out of forever wars. And she sees Donald Trump as better aligned with these traditional left-wing goals compared to the Democratic Party and traditional Republican Party. Let's play more of Batya from this particular
I'm going to figure this out. So by the time we record our next episode, I will have. So things have been going poorly for him. But the biggest news with respect to Elon is he's gone from saying, we're going to use Doge to cut $1 billion. Trillion.
Okay, this is from the fifth.
Well, they did seem to convince him to take them off, but maybe we don't go there yet.
No, we can go there. I mean, but the thing that I'm concerned about this is it's not $1,000 through campaign, which ends up paying campaign staffers and buying ads and stuff. This is a complete.
Yeah, they're referring to this incredibly corrupt meme coin thing that Donald Trump is doing, and he's absolutely. Trump deserves abundant criticism for this.
National security in a way unlike the way Trump did it. What's an alternative?
Well, there are lots of ways, but I think that the real question of whether or not we can actually do the reshoring, like bring people back as opposed to just build capacity here, it's probably the case that we're going to end up building capacity here.
So you're saying you would rather have an industrial policy?
No, I'm saying that I think if you make investments domestically.
What does that mean? Who should make the investments?
It could be if you are someone who cares about like that would permit this sort of thing. I'm a libertarian. I'm not a fan of this, but you could have the federal government.
What you would do.
You could have the federal government spend the money to build stuff here.
I don't want to hear the view you don't like. Yeah, what would you do?
I said, but Batya, here's what I'm telling you. There's a universe of things that you can do. There's not any one thing. I want to hear one thing you would like. I would certainly create tax incentives for people to build factories in the United States.
He's doing that. He's done that.
That's fine. Right. So I don't have a problem with something like that. So that's my one.
That's not going to work.
Well,
it's not enough.
But what I'm telling you is the United States, like our share of their exports, it's like 10%. That is what we buy. Like they don't depend on hollowing out the United States to keep their country and economy running anymore. That is a story that might have been true like 15, 20 years ago. It is.
So the elite consensus on world trade ignores the balance of power dimension to world trade, right? Whenever there's a trade deal between one country and another, right, one country gains relatively and another country usually loses on a relative balance of power basis. But this balance of power part of the equation is almost always ignored in elite discourse.
Not
then
true
why are
now.
they so angry?
They're angry because they just got hit with almost 200% tariffs. It's not.
For conventional economists, right, the welfare of the Chinese, for conventional American economists, the welfare of the Chinese is just as important to them as the welfare of their own fellow American citizens. Right? It's a bizarre elite perspective.
Fun.
Right.
Even if it's only 10% of your economy. This is, and worse than that, it is exceedingly disrespectful. Fuck the CCP. I don't care. But J.D. Vance is calling them poppers and all sorts of other shit. It is. The Trump administration is going about all of this in the most obscene way imaginable, having these bizarre, caustic encounters with both allies and foes, although not the real foes, because
it is bizarre, it is weird, it is unimaginable, it's mysterious, if you have a particular hero system, right? If you believe in classical liberalism, this will seem bizarre. If you understand the reality of balance of power politics, then Trump's choices are no longer bizarre or weird. Right? If you don't understand, a part of reality, right, it might be reflective of your particular hero system.
With Russia, he can't bring himself to remember that Putin invaded Ukraine. It's very weird.
Okay.
It may not be a matter of Trump unable to remember that Putin invaded Ukraine. It might be that he has a different point of emphasis. He has a different hero system where he wants to bring about an end to a conflict, and he's not putting a priority on a factual accounting of a conflict. And so Trump is recognizing that there are all sorts of things that the Europeans and the Americans did that created incentives for Russia to want to destroy Ukraine.
So yes, they insulted the Chinese.
Your one idea for reshoring.
I gave you one idea. I said there's a universe of
I know, but I want ones that you would like.
I just gave you one.
You gave me one that you would like. You gave me one idea.
How about we do
which is a tax
How
incentive.
about we do this? How about we do something?
I want to finish.
No,
my
this
sentence.
is our show, so we get to say this. But why don't we ask? No, it's a simple fucking thing. I'm not going to be Mau-Mau'd on my own fucking show.
I'm trying to answer
Stop!
the
I'm asking you. Camille is not the fucking president. The president is the president. You're literally telling me that the bond market.
Okay, so Camille is one of the three hosts of the Fifth Column. I believe that's the black guy. There's Camille, Michael Moynihan, and Matt Welch.
Movements did not force Trump's hand. That is lunacy. Like, that actually happened, and everyone reported it, left, right, and center. They are responding to Wall Street. Why is...
I think it's a good thing that the Trump administration responds to reality.
Wall Street responding this way? Why are they so terrified of all this stuff? In the final question I will just ask of you, because let's talk about the policy that's actually in place right now. It's in place right now, and this is the one, not in fantasy world of Camille's the president, of what we have to do and how we have to react to this, because this is happening.
Okay, so asking Camille what he would do instead is not living in a fantasy world where Camille is president, right? It seems to be a legitimate question. And you don't have to have a response. Just say, I don't have an answer.
Happening right now. Why is it, and this is a basic question, we'll start with this, that every single economist alive, left, right, and center, seems to disagree with you? 90%, 98% of them disagree with you on this.
And one answer is that economists do not take into consideration balance of power politics, right? The reality that survival trumps economic growth. Right? Economists do not have a monopoly on wisdom and predictions with regard to the effects of trade, right? They're just one group with something to say.
The easiest thing to answer, because they're
wrong and you're right.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
All right. Yeah.
Because
so that expertise.
I'm going to answer the question, Michael, if you stop.
All right. The question presupposes that economists have a monopoly of wisdom on world trade. They don't. Right? No conventional economic model takes into consideration balance of power reality. That in all trade relations, right, one country gains relatively and another country loses on a relative basis. And this is essential for national survival, and concerns of national survival trump concerns about economic growth.
Yelling at me. They are in the class that has benefited very much from treating GDP as the best way of measuring.
So models are necessary to understand the world, and you have to give up much of reality to produce a model. And models have varying relations to reality. So, for example, government statistics say we have an approximately 4% unemployment rate, but about 23% of the population is looking for more work. Right? A homeless man who does odd jobs is counted as fully employed by our current economic model that says we have a 4% unemployment rate. So the real unemployment rate and the official statistics, there is a huge difference between those two things. On other occasions, right, official statistics such as statistics about death, which are based on death certificates such as COVID deaths, right, highly correlate with reality.
The economic health of a nation. When it is a ridiculous measure, because
Right. There's a time and a place where we should give deference to expertise, right? People who are not expert in designing, building, and maintaining planes probably don't have many opinions worth paying attention to in that sphere. But world trade is not the same thing as engineering.
The GDP could and indeed does go up when rich people get extremely rich and working class people get extremely poor, because GDP is not equally distributed. And so having an open border, for example, having mass immigration makes the GDP go up, because it is very beneficial to rich people to pay their workers a lot less than they have to pay an American. But it actually is very bad for the economic health of the nation.
Right, she's good. She's making good points here.
Because it resulted in the massive downward mobility of working class Americans. So the economy...
Under Joe Biden's presidency, the economic lot of most Americans declined. Right? Under NAFTA and other free trade agreements, for vast portions of America, their economic lot declined. And for other Americans, right, they benefited. Right? Free trade benefits some Americans, hurts other Americans.
Economists are part of the class that has benefited in very real economic...
Okay, so I don't think that is a strong argument. It's not a matter of economists as a class benefiting from free trade. It's that the models of economics don't take into adequate consideration the externalities and the changes in balance of power.
Terms from free trade and mass immigration and offshoring of manufacturing. Like, there is a divide. There's a class that has paid the price for it and a class that has benefited from it.
So, to me, we do not start with the assumption that the most important thing are these abstract models of economic efficiency, and then we reorient society to best achieve results according to certain abstract models of economic efficiency. On the other hand, I don't want to deny or ignore abstract models of economic efficiency. They have a role to play. But first of all, I say we think about and propose and work towards the type of society that we want. A society that provides a dignified life for as many of its citizens as possible, that provides the opportunity for people willing to work hard, provide them with the opportunity to get married and to have a family and to have children, and to have dignity and a sense of accomplishment. And so if that possibly means, in some circumstances, people moving earth with shovels instead of with Caterpillar tractors, then I recognize that there may be a time and a place where that's good. And the free market economist like Milton Friedman says, well, why not have them move it with spoons? Because that reduces human dignity. Right? To me, building, protecting, sustaining, developing, looking after human dignity and the creation, development, and protection of the nuclear family, one man married to one woman, having children. To me, this is the heart of what a good society should be. And we should work towards building that. Even at times, it reduces economic efficiency.
You never hear economists actually talking about that, except Scott Bessent, who has been talking about this nonstop.
Who is the one that put the brakes on some of this stuff recently?
I mean,
he was. This is true, right? He was one of the guys that pumped the brakes on this stuff, right?
I recall.
Yeah, you can have a good idea in one context, and then the context changes, and you need to pump the brakes. Right? That Trump tries things and then readjusts does not strike me as ipso facto idiotic.
Call, the universe of 2014 and Occupy Wall Street, there was a lot of class-based economic work. Thomas Piketty, that's what he was talking about. That was actually dominating the conversation. The Pope who just died was talking about this.
So to me, reducing economic disparities is not a huge goal for me. People on the right tend to be less concerned about economic disparity. What we're most concerned with is developing a high-trust, cohesive society, and removing or reducing economic disparity is not essential to creating a more cohesive, dignified, trusting society.
Constantly. He was the Pope of inequality. He was saying that capitalism drives all this down.
That's
So
what I call
how well that worked
I
out
call
for him.
Batya the Pope of
An open border is not capitalism.
I wanted to ask you a forward-based question because you just mentioned numbers, and I think it's worth thinking. I tried to ask these guys this question, but Moynihan got too furious and Camille was too stoned or something. Which is to say, 18 months from now, I'm setting that arbitrary deadline. It's the next midterms.
Okay, so my old friend Matt Welsh is very funny and very smart and very good at what he does.
What are you looking for as these things happen? This is evidence of success. What are those numbers to you? Is it that tariffs are at a certain level or not at a...
So is it certain numbers, certain metrics? Are they the most important goal? Because it's kind of hard to create a metric for human dignity. So should we create a society where we're governed by metrics? Right? I see metrics as having a role, but I'm not so sure that they are the great God to which everything else must bow.
A certain level? Is it that we have X amount, discrete amounts of manufacturing sectors that are now kind of like...
I would like hardworking Americans with IQs above 90 to have a means to support themselves and support a family. And I would like to create a society where people with 90 IQs, 95 IQs, 100 IQs can work hard and have a feeling of dignity and worth.
Starting to crank that weren't cranking before. What are you looking at? Is it percentage of workforce? What is your measurement of success so that we can look 18 months from now and see whether...
Batya is not an economist, right? She's got a PhD in English literature.
The Batya program turned out to be right by Batya's own lights.
I want us...
So one metric would be a growth in real wages for the least educated Americans. And we had that in the first Trump administration, and we had a reduction of that in the Biden administration.
To be producing a lot more of what we consume. I want our allies to be consuming a lot more of what we produce, and I want us all to be consuming a lot less of what China produces.
So we Americans...
Okay, that seemed like a pretty reasonable response.
Consume more of what they produce is...
Yeah. Okay. This was Fordism, like the idea that the worker should be the consumer, that the product, that the sort of supply and demand X is tagged to, because there's a lot more workers than there are like rich people. But what we have now is a situation where the top 10% controls over 60% of the GDP. They are the only...
Right. I don't want to go to war with free trade. Free trade has benefits. It has a purpose. I would want American industry to be excellent. And so under high tariffs, American manufacturing became the most efficient in the world, while simultaneously paying the highest wages in the world. Right? Those are two great ends, and we achieved them between the 1870s and the 1940s under a highly protectionist regime. But I'm sure there are benefits in some sectors. We're probably going to want more free trade, and in other sectors of the economy, we are going to want less. I just read the book on Apple in China, and I don't know how you read this book and you see how much China has been built up. The Chinese communist regime has been built up through its partnership with Apple. And I don't know how you just embrace free trade and not think about the consequences, right? Read this book, Apple in China, the capture of the world's greatest company. Right? Apple has effectively trained 24 million Chinese workers. Right? When a country gets good at one thing, it then naturally tends to move along that path and to develop refinements on that path. And you learn a great deal, not just in abstract study and research, but in the practical application of manufacturing. So China is deeply integrated with Apple. Apple is deeply integrated with China. And all the conventional economic theories and models, they emphasize the benefits of free trade, but they completely ignore the threats to balance of power. So conventional models emphasize efficiency, cost reduction, global GDP growth. Right? They don't talk nearly as much about the externalities to these deals and changes in the balance of power. Right? The Chinese communists have become powerful in large part through harnessing the excellence of Apple. Right? The Chinese communists have become powerful through stealing the technology of Apple and other Western powers. Right? Free trade encourages specialization and knowledge sharing, which boosts the particular country that is doing this manufacturing. Right? Apple is investing over $50 billion a year since 2015 in China. Right? It has transferred critical technological expertise to our greatest geostrategic rival. All right. Apple, according to this, trained 28 million Chinese workers. Apple has enabled the rise of Chinese firms who steal their technology and their training techniques, like Huawei, right, to rise to prominence. Right? So when you have trade, that will often lead to an asymmetric transfer of intellectual capital. It will facilitate a change in the balance of power. Right? Free trade is not inherently mutually beneficial, as economists and experts tell us. There's always one country that gains more and another country that loses on a relative basis. So Apple has facilitated America's geopolitical vulnerabilities and created enormous national security risks for the United States. Right. It's been good for Apple's finances to manufacture things in China and to outsource things to China, but it's created tremendous vulnerability both for Apple and for the United States. Right. The United States is more vulnerable to China and to the decisions of the Chinese communists than it would be if Apple was not so deeply integrated into China. Right? Free trade creates these devastating strategic dependencies that compromise our national security. Right? Apple is so entrenched in China that decoupling is nearly impossible. So the U.S. has enormous risks if China imposes export controls or retaliates against U.S. tariffs. Right? Interdependence does not always promote stability. Right? Apple's dependence on China has created leverage for China. Right. Apple's moves to drive down costs by outsourcing as much to China as possible, right, has facilitated the rise of China and made America more vulnerable.
A consumer that matters because they are the people who basically have the wealth, they control the wealth, and so the price point for things like healthcare and housing and an education is tagged to them. And so everybody else is just left in the dust. That's unacceptable.
Right now we consume about $3 trillion a year in imports. So in your ideal scenario, that would be $2 trillion, that would be $1 trillion, that would be $0 trillion. It would be nothing. I mean, like what's...
She's not an economist. She would like America to put its own interests first.
How does that look like to you?
I want to see, honestly, like the metric that I'm most focused on is the 7 million men who are out of work, who are just not in the workforce.
Right.
Like, I think that this is both like an economic problem. It's
that's working age men. That's like 20.
Problem.
Right.
Yes. It's like the downgrading of just that whole.
There are 50 million people in the workforce, or 20 million, enormous number of people in the workforce who want more work, want higher paying work. And possibly through a rejiggering of our economy, we could better meet the needs and increase the dignity of our fellow Americans.
The whole idea of like that working class people deserve dignity. Like it's so amazing to me because you have these people on Wall Street who...
Right. Donald Trump is doing more to try to increase the dignity of the average American worker than any other major American politician. I've been watching The Art of the Surge. It's behind-the-scenes documentary of the Trump campaign on Fox Nation. Right? I subscribe to Fox Nation just to watch this series. There are 9 episodes. It's great fun. So check out The Art of the Surge if you want to see behind-the-scenes documentary on the Trump campaign in 2024.
Will never not be rich, whining that their iPhones are going to cost more. And meanwhile, you talk to working class people and they're like, yeah, I know things are going to cost more, but we can't keep going like this. Like, It can't be.
Okay, so I think plenty of working class people, get a new iPhone every year. So this isn't the strongest argument.
I don't know. We'll see. But they committed to restore.
Okay, well, didn't Scott Besson say what's going to happen? We're going to use robots, and robots will build phones. So these new facilities that are being brought over here will be.
Some people will have to service the robots. People will have to watch over the robots. People have to clean the robots. Right? It's not absurd to think that the use of tariffs might create more jobs and more lives of dignity for average and below average Americans.
Staffed by robots. This part of the problem,
or they won't exist at all. In the case that the first time around with Foxconn, those jobs didn't materialize after they promised they would.
There's a nostalgia,
but
there's a nostalgia for a time when in the United States, when you could.
So what annoys me is the taking for granted that the perspective of conventional economists is the one source of wisdom that we should bow to, and any other alternative to conventional economic models about the glories of free trade is low IQ and stupid, right? This arrogance by people who don't know very much, I find annoying.
Work in a factory and be, middle class.
Right. These are not, the hosts of the Fifth Column are not economists. They don't have any special knowledge in this area. They simply take it for granted that what the elite of economists say is the truth, and any shade on that, any doubting of that is by definition stupid.
Class, single income, and I don't know that those days are still here, and I don't know that they're coming back. And I think the tariffs could be 5,000%, and I don't think that that would actually bring it back. Things have changed. Even in China, the workforce is.
So this is the problem of listening to shows from professional opinion makers, that it tends to devolve to discourse surfing, where people read the news, listen to the news, and then just give off an opinion. Quite different from the often valuable commentary that you find on Mark Halperin's show.
Different than it was 15 or 20 years ago when a lot of these arguments.
Right, remember, Mark Halperin's show and Sean Spicer's show, basically the only forms of news coverage of the 2024 election that for months in advance were noting that internal polls show that Donald Trump is in a dominant position to win. Right, the rest of the news media coverage combined was not as valuable in recognizing who was going to win the election than Mark Halperin and Sean Spicer.
Documents were being deployed in earnest. Even their factories are staffed largely by machines. The hope that you want to give these young men who are unemployed and perhaps somewhat visionless.
Right. You seriously don't believe that there's anything that American public policy can do to provide more dignified work for average IQ and below average IQ Americans? There's just nothing we can do? I'm skeptical.
It is a huge obstacle for you if you graduate from high school and you don't have certain technical skills and ability, and even just the kind of entrepreneurial drive necessary to go out and be a success in the gig economy or to build something new. That can be
maybe also
challenging.
You've been mowed into there's only one way to do it.
Sure.
And that way is not necessarily part of your nature, and that we've been using too much of sort of a
Okay, good point there by Matt Welch.
Top down. You have to go to a 4U university.
I think that's true too.
But what do we do about automation in your view, Batya? Because, American manufacturing produces more than it ever has. And this is something that everybody agrees on. But we do it with far fewer workers.
Right. No one here is an expert on automation. I'm not sure they have much of value.
It's because of automation. And it looks like over a period of.
So one response is the Ben Shapiro free market approach that there should be no limits on automation. And another approach is to recognize the economic efficiency that comes with automation, but not allow that to be the only consideration, right? The expansion and protection of human dignity, right, at times may require some compromises with economic efficiency.
Time that more jobs have been lost to automation than to offshoring.
That's
so
false.
What is automation? You don't believe that to be a problem? If we are producing more, we are produced more as a country.
But it's only 10% of our GDP. It used to be 25%.
Yeah, but I'm talking about jobs, though.
Today,
we're talking about the people that could potentially have jobs, but those jobs are automated.
Well,
now.
Today, Trump signed an executive order about how to retrain people to be high-skilled workers in jobs that don't require a college degree. That is the future.
Seen that a lot. And
yeah,
usually
it
doesn't amount to much.
Why didn't Joe Biden do that? Like, that should be the Democrats'
probably
number one
did.
thing.
I think he probably did. I think most presidents do have an announcement exactly.
There's been
like
a lot of retraining things over the years. Question about China. Since you, a lot of your argument is about that we basically swapped this all out to China. They got rich at our expense, hollowed out the industrial core. Let's assume that is.
Since Liberation Day, I've just been on a tear reading books about challenges to the free trade orthodoxy in which I was educated.
It's true. I will maybe argue about it, but it doesn't matter for the sake of this question. Do you think that Trump went about it the right way in trying to convince the world to work with America to isolate China?
I think...
And I don't think he did. Right? Trump has been way too disrespectful of our allies, way too disrespectful of our alliances, has been way too mercurial and haphazard and seemingly slipshod and not terribly effective. So I think that the way that Donald Trump has devalued our alliances has not been aligned with America's best interests.
People who are willing to take on both political parties and have nobody behind them and have like every rich person in the entire world extremely angry at them. They're
Except
not
for Peter
like,
Dillon, Elon Musk. But
right.
yeah.
No, Elon Musk was pissed. He doesn't like this.
Right.
I think Scott Bessent's probably wealthy, so it's two people, right? But
Peter Navarro ain't poor.
Right. People like that are not neat, careful people. So we got something very important in exchange for the fact that he's messy. Yeah, he's chaotic. He looks at tariffs, which he has said frequently is tariffs the most beautiful word in the English language, as something like a Swiss Army knife. It has many different functions. You can use it to reshore manufacturing. You can use it to force Mexico to secure the southern border, which complete success. You can use it in order to close the back door to our economy through Canada and Mexico. You can.
Yeah, what gets me is the news media thinks it is disqualifying in the argument for tariffs that there might be various benefits to tariffs, right? That might be benefits with tariffs to raising income and reshoring jobs and rejiggering the balance of power. There are all sorts of different benefits, and that there's not just one primary benefit to tariffs is not disqualifying. And you might have one part of the administration that recognizes benefits coming from, say, raising income, and another part of the administration that puts the emphasis on reshoring jobs. I don't see why that's devastating to Trump's trade argument.
Use it for national security purposes. You can use it to, generate revenue. Like, there's a lot of different functions that they could use. I think what he did with that first foray on Liberation Day, where he freaked everybody out, was he basically understood that what he wanted to do, the goal was, he can't do this.
Liberation Day may have done more harm than good, right? May have done irreparable harm to the American economy. I don't have the expertise to pronounce. On the other hand, I think there's a pretty good case to be made that we will get better trade deals as a result of Trump's willingness to be this brutal. Right? Sometimes being nice is the best way to go. Sometimes being lawful is the best way to go. Right? Sometimes following normal patterns is the most effective way to go. But sometimes taking a brutal confrontational choice is more effective.
Trade war with China alone. He needs someone else to be consuming the goods the United States is producing. And I think what he kind of wants is a soft global embargo on China. And in order to do that, what he basically did was he picked up a baseball bat and he walked over to the stock market and he looked at the global elites and basically said, that's a really nice stock market you got there. It would be a real shame if anything happened to it.
So the welfare of the stock market and the welfare of the average American is connected, but it's not a 100% correlation.
But that doesn't affect just the elites, though. It affects everybody.
That was the way that he got to the next stage, which is to say, okay, we're going to go back to the 10%. You thought the 10% was bad. We're going back to that. Now come to the table and give me your best offer. And we are already seeing India and Vietnam delivering, and we'll see what Japan comes back with. Like, he could have done it in a nice way, Do I think that would have been as effective? No, I think that's a fantasy. Like, people want to believe that because they want to believe that they could have gotten what
Trump is a bully. He's acting as a bully, and sometimes bullying is the most effective tactic.
Trump was the first person with the courage to do in 60 years.
But what did we get for all these rollbacks? I mean,
we don't know. It's in flux.
It's the market that he's responding to. Like
India putting tariffs on China is a really big deal.
Is insignificant
Vietnam
to most
putting
people.
tariffs on China is a really big deal.
It's not a big deal in the scope of the global economy. When you have the April that I saw, this in the Wall Street Journal today, the worst April that the Dow has had since 1932 during the Great.
Yeah, and then the Dow has moved back up, and we're currently at near record highs for the Dow. It's much higher than it was on Liberation Day. So we don't tend to see the world as it is. We tend to see the world through our own filters. And so we pick and choose those anecdotes and those articles that support our pre-existing worldview.
I think that's much more of a motivating factor for pulling a lot of this stuff back because the market is reacting horribly. Why does the market react horribly? I don't think it's because Klaus Schwab is twisting his mustache. It's because people are trying to price in.
So when people invoke the stock market going down as evidence that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing, they lose credibility when they don't credit Trump when the stock market goes back up. Right? I notice those suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, they'll just pick and choose whatever argument they feel is most effective, but then you lack intellectual integrity. It's obvious that you're afflicted with some sort of disorder if you keep changing the argument to whatever you think is most effective to emote your particular brand of hatred for Trump.
These tariffs, and that's a bad thing to do when you start doing the math on it. So I just don't think that, all of these rollbacks, I don't know what those wins are. He's not rolling these things back because, Vietnam put a tariff on China. These are rolling back because of how the market is reacting to some of the chaos that's coming out of the White House.
He started with the stick, and then he moved into the carrot, and he brings the same approach to his foreign policy as he brings to domestic policy. He likes to have options. He's now vacillating between the two. It's working out. Like, he's getting what he wants.
Such as? Give me an example of what he's got beyond India and China.
What do you mean?
It's actually not.
That's not a funny question. No, what has he gotten? That's an easy question.
Japan coming to the table, negotiating a trade deal.
Okay, so what is the trade deal?
There are 130 countries that are trying to get trade deals with us right now.
Japan, with whom we had a surplus.
Yes, that we had a trade surplus with.
Yeah, in the India,
I just don't.
You mentioned it. I know I see the Besson announcement from today about essentially them doing a trade deal with the United States to try to avoid the import there, the pop there. But the tariff that they have with the Chinese, it's like a 13-14% tariff. And it doesn't just apply to China, but it does have a unique impact on some of the steel imports from China.
I'm sorry, who's the they?
This is India.
Okay.
This is not a particularly lucrative deal given just the scope. Lucrative, just valuable. Let me say it that way. This is not a particularly valuable deal for the United States. It's not lucrative for the Indians.
Did you hear the hosts of the Fifth Column all pronouncing with great assurance that the United States is steadily operating at a trade surplus with Japan? There's absolutely no resemblance to reality.
In which case, it's not going to be particularly painful for the Chinese. I don't see that this justifies what we've gone through. And perhaps, in fairness, it's too early to judge the results, and maybe you'll be proven right. But it also seems to me that part of your presentation depends on this binary, that there are no other good ideas and nothing else is being tried. You dismiss the...
Not at all. What on earth is she saying to say that there's no other good ideas? Right? The United States last had a trade surplus with Japan in 1964.
Did they come in now and treat all the Republicans in these traditional bipartisan fora, the same way? And if that happens, we're really off to the races. Then the whole thing just starts to disintegrate.
What country does that remind you of, that vision? So many dictatorships just in general that I've covered over the years. That's what you come in.
So I'm willing to bet that we have midterm elections and we have 2028 elections, and all these elite pundits who say we'll probably never have another election. We'll never have another election due to Trump. Right? They are blithering idiots in this regard. How do they maintain any credibility?
You wipe out all the other guy's people. Well, that's not how we do things in this country.
Right.
Sometimes it is. Sometimes we wipe out the other guy's people, and that is precisely how we do things. With the war with the Native Americans, the war with Mexico, the various wars that we have fought, we've often won them by wiping out a large number of the enemy.
Right, right. Let's talk about a country that's not democratic for a second. I want you to watch this. It's the latest.
It's so simplistic. It's so silly to make all these sweeping pronouncements on country not democratic or is democratic. Every country has elements of democracy, elements of dictatorship, elements of capitalism, elements of socialism. Right, the United States is not some kind of pure democracy. Right, the American president has essentially all the foreign policy power of King George III in late 18th century England.
Analysis by President Trump of the current state of play in Russia's war against Ukraine, and he's talking about Putin here.
Mm-hmm. He got hit.
So Ukraine is not some stunning pure example of democracy. Ukraine hasn't had any elections since this war. So Ukraine operates in a significant part in a dictatorship. And Putin, right, has to operate where there are other forces within Russia who push back against his power. In other words, even Putin has to deal with some democratic powers in Russia. Right? So there's an element of democracy in the Russian system. If the Soviet Union was just this pure dictatorship, why was Nikita Khrushchev removed from power after the Cuban Missile Crisis? Right? Because he didn't have this monopoly on power. Right? He got removed.
He's been doing hitting, so I understand it, but he got hit hard, and I don't think...
So there are benefits looking at the world through a moral lens. And there are also benefits at looking at the world through different lenses. There's not just one lens to look at the world, right? The only possible way to analyze the Russia-Ukraine conflict or any conflict is through a particular moral lens. No, that's silly. And just because you use one particular lens in one comment doesn't mean you don't realize that there are other lenses and other considerations. It's such simplistic analysis here by Goldberg and Thomas Friedman.
I think he's playing games. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot because both sides are suffering before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known analogy. You have two kids, they fight. Sometimes you let them fight for a little while. You see it in hockey. You see it in sports.
Not Henry Kissinger, but he's trying to impose his own realpolitik understanding. What is he misunderstanding from your perspective?
So Trump's not a bad man. He's not an idiot because he doesn't use the careful, critical discourse of the elite.
Jeff, do you know how flat out crazy that is? I mean,
it's not flat out crazy. It's just one lens. It's just one example. It's one metaphor for reality. Right? There's not one narrative that is sufficient to the complexity of the Ukraine-Russia war.
That's like saying, well, you know, I mean, Hitler and Poland, they fight, they come back, you know what I mean? Trump came in and said, I can end this war, all right? There's one way to end this war. You say to Vladimir Putin.
Okay, let's compare two presidential pronouncements. Barack Obama said before passing his healthcare plan, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And on the other hand, Donald Trump said within 24 hours, I'll settle the Russia-Ukraine war. So Barack Obama's pronouncement that if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, not a true statement, and it had devastating consequences for tens of millions of Americans. Right? No American of which I'm aware has been hurt by Trump boasting that he can end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. So there are false statements that have tremendous damage, and then there are false statements that have no damage. Just because a statement is not true and there's another statement that's not true doesn't mean that they are both equally devastating.
If you don't stop the war, and we agree to the ceasefire terms I dictate, we are bringing Ukraine into NATO in 30 days. Which part of that sentence don't you understand? Do you want to mess with me? Test me. That's how you end this war. What you just heard of Donald...
So saying that we're going to bring Ukraine into NATO, first of all, no assurance that it will end this war. It would magnify by 20 times, 50 times the chances that we get into a direct shooting war with Russia and a nuclear exchange. Right? It would be a terrible, terrible, devastating idea. Right? These are two guys who supported the 2003 Iraq invasion, and they paid no professional price. Right? They love a highly interventionist American foreign policy. They love forever wars because it increases their status and power, and it's very exciting for them.
Donald Trump? That sounded like a commentator on Fox TV. He's not the commentator. He's president of the United States. Well, he hit him and he hit them. This guy invaded a country. He's basically tried to rape a country. That's what Putin did.
And the United States hasn't invaded countries and raped countries, right? Throughout history, the strong have taken what they want and the weak have endured what they must.
Okay? And the Ukrainians, with incredible bravery, stood up and defended basically the Western alliance.
Yeah, and Native Americans fought back against European settlers setting up the United States of America, and they often operated with tremendous bravery, and they got wiped out. They got slaughtered.
On something that's very important, because if Ukraine were able to join the European Union, Jeff, then...
Right, the United States has operated every bit as viciously as Russia vis-a-vis Ukraine. Right, every great power became great through its willingness to use devastating force and to take stuff and to take places.
You have a Europe that's really whole and free. That's actually a big deal for Europe and for us.
Right.
And
if the Americans just do X, Y, Z and put Ukraine into NATO, then we'll have a Europe that is whole and free, guys. We'll live in a blessed time of peace and joy and diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a pipe dream. It's silly.
This guy's talking about it like it's some schoolyard fight and they're morally equal. It's nuts. And
So sometimes, like, trying to look at things through a moral lens and decide who's more morally culpable is a valuable insight. It's not the only way to look at these things, right? Using an analogy to a schoolyard fight is not ipso facto stupid.
It's disgusting.
Right. Is there any issue from a foreign affairs columnist perspective? Is there any issue in which Trump is not transactional? Have you ever seen a sign of
Everybody's transactional. Trump is just more blatant about it. Right. He doesn't try to cover his actions using elite, careful, critical discourse. Right. We wouldn't be alive as a species if we weren't evolved towards being transactional.
What we would think of as, in a bipartisan way, American idealism.
Out of Trump?
Yeah.
American idealism. Right? It's a pipe dream. We use idealistic, universalist, liberal rhetoric to cloak our own brutal nationalist choices.
None comes to mind. What I would say, and where I thought you might be going, is, some things are also true even if Donald Trump believes them. And by the way, his transactionalism sometimes can also be an advantage. For instance, I'm glad he's sitting down.
Right, we're all transactional. Sometimes it's in our best interest to cloak how transactional we are. So too with nations.
With the Iranians. Let's see what you got. I'm glad he told the Syrian president, I'm going to give you a reputation to live up to. I didn't mind him talking directly to Hamas if I can get the hostages out. So there is that transactional side of him that I think could be an advantage. But it's not grounded in any moral, framework of what we stand for as a country, what we've always stood for. If it's just a kind of free-floating thing, it becomes very, very dangerous.
Yeah. In his non-sophisticated analysis of the current state of play in Russia and Ukraine, he didn't really
So in general, the more sophisticated, the more nuanced your understanding of reality, the better. But at times, a non-nuanced, non-sophisticated analysis of reality will be more effective because it won't carry so many transactional costs and it won't be so expensive, right? Generating a highly nuanced, highly sophisticated analysis requires resources that may be better deployed elsewhere, right? Evolving in very difficult living circumstances, such as in cold climates, such as what the Chinese, the Koreans, and the Japanese had to do to survive, that developed particularly hardy, high IQ, relatively high IQ people who learned to work together. And on the other hand, right, in places nearer to the equator where food is readily available year round, right, other traits are evolved for aside from intelligence, right? When we think, it requires a huge amount of resources, and sometimes we're better off doing less thinking. More thinking is not always the right thing to do.
Talk about the drone attack that Ukraine launched on Russian aerial assets deep inside Russia. Does that change this war?
Joe, I'd say two things. And again,
no, it doesn't change the war. Right? It's fun to talk about. It's exciting to learn about. Doesn't change the fundamental balance of power between Ukraine and Russia.
It's part of the craziness of this moment. Let's start at 30,000 feet and then come down to the battlefield.
Right. This moment is only crazy if you have a particular hero system that's removed from reality. If your hero system contains a considerable connection to reality, there's nothing terribly crazy about this moment.
At 30,000 feet, you and I are having this discussion on the eve of the greatest technological revolution in human history. We are very close to birthing a new species, not a new machine, a new artificially intelligent species. And it's going to be with us sometime while Trump is president. It is not going to change one thing. It's going to change everything. We are not talking about that at all. So that's, I would say, number one. Under that technological revolution, and one of the things they say about AI, it'll actually be mankind's last invention. Because once we invent that, it will invent everything else. That's going to be a big deal. Under that, though, we're seeing a revolution in military affairs. Basically, Ukraine spent $20,000 to knock out, $20 million planes. $20,000. That was probably because they couldn't get Costco online, from Kiev, and they had to buy them from Amazon.
Right.
So the asymmetric warfare world that we're entering now. Wow. I mean, if you're the U.S. Navy and you're sitting with 12 aircraft carriers and you just recovered from the fact that the Houthis, you lost an FA.
So Australia signed on to spend about $150 billion on nuclear submarines. Maybe that money would be better used creating like undersea drones.
Hornet, because you had to swerve your aircraft carrier and the plane fell off the back because you were getting out of way of
not a sterling moment in naval history.
Because you're avoiding a Houthi missile, a bunch of guys in flip-flops, basically, in a country that's water-starved. The asymmetry we're going to be dealing with right now. I think these events are really disturbing and going to require a huge revolution in how we think about military affairs.
As I'm listening to you about AI, AGI, and drone warfare, I'm just thinking that the preoccupation this weekend in America.
So there are many benefits, right? Many opportunities and new challenges that come with these advances in technology.
America is the emotionally febrile relationship between this ketamine-taking billionaire and our reality TV star president, and it's like there's something that's so deeply unserious about our moment.
Yeah, and I think it's been true of our country that basically everything became politics, and so we don't have just.
So this is not a conservative predisposition, right? Conservatism, by and large, wants to reduce the realm of politics, and it's more of a left-wing thing to make everything political.
ESPN now, we have PSPN, sort of politics sports network.
Right.
And it's a testament to the underlying strength of our country, Jeff, that our economy goes on. We still invent amazing stuff. And we think we can afford this. And you know what, Jeff? We can't afford it until we can't.
Right. Let me pivot finally toward the Middle East. and ask you this. And I've read your recent columns on this subject. You're a severe critic of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister.
Okay, let's check in with the conversation on Fox.
Cost and safety is no longer of the, whether it's Newsom or whoever they're concerned, then yes, we need people to step in and we need leadership here. And
so California Democrats control almost all political operations in our major cities, and therefore they have to pay the price when there is a decrease in the quality of life and an increase in criminal violence.
I think that's what's so frustrating at these moments where you're watching people just because you liked or didn't like what the protest was happening or you supported the protest, but, you decide to drag your feet. Well, no, attacking law enforcement in any capacity, whether that was...
Right. People who come out onto the streets to attack law enforcement, they need to be caught, they need to be arrested, they need to be convicted, and people need to receive stronger incentives not to engage in this socially destructive behavior.
Was here in LA during the George Floyd riots in 2020 or on January 6th should be condemned, and we should not be tolerating it, and it should be considered a felony. And so I do think that you can debate all you want about whether or not Donald Trump should have done what he did as far as...
Right. We get to choose in part how much crime we have by how severely we punish the crime and how many resources we put into detecting criminals and convicting them.
Bringing in the National Guard, but prioritizing public safety is what the American people voted for in 2024. They wanted safety and security.
A lot of people who are critical of the president's move here suggest that, the people being arrested are simply workers who want better lives for their families, better jobs, better incomes. Tom Homan, who we heard from a moment ago, the president's border czar, sees it quite differently. Here's what he had to say.
They arrested a lot of bad people yesterday and today. They arrested child sex offenders. They arrested people convicted of robbery. They arrested public safety, not only significant public safety threats, but national security threats. They arrested gang members. We're making Los Angeles safer. And Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer.
But it doesn't seem, Maura, that Mayor Bass wants to thank the Department of Homeland Security or the National Guard.
And that's sort of the problem, too, when you cherry pick, right, as far as what stories you're going to tell. And I think that that's both Mayor Bass is doing, but so is Tom Homan, because there are stories that we have heard, where children are being detained in schools and that.
Right. We resonate to certain stories depending on our psychology, our physiology, and our hero system.
People are being set up as far as going in to go check on their immigration status, their status here in the country, and then ICE agents are outside of the courts ready to arrest them and detain them, sometimes making mistakes where U.S. citizens are detained and deported. And so by highlighting those stories where they are taking, I think the majority of this country wants to see illegal criminals deported. I think where you have problems is we're seeing in different communities that people are stepping up saying, this isn't what I voted for. I didn't want my neighbor or my fellow churchgoer to be deported. They're part of our community. And so how do you navigate that? I think just being transparent and honest and telling both sides of the story here and making a commitment to the American people that you're going to do due process, you're going to, fix the mistakes and be transparent with us about what's happening. That would go a long way. But for some reason, leadership just seems to just want to cherry pick. And I do think it's very frustrating when common sense should be the prevail.
Over the last couple of months, the president's detractors have been demanding the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man who was apparently wrongly deported to El Salvador. Well, he
wasn't wrongly deported. He was wrongly deported to El Salvador, as he said.
Or they're still afraid to ask for connection. They have something going on internally that's...
So some of my most painful and keen and cutting memories when I had opportunities for connection, when I was invited to join in, and my predispositions, my miswiring, led me to turn away from the opportunities for connection. I still do this.
Stopping them from reaching out and connecting to people. So that then leads to this deepening sense of loneliness. I feel the loneliness. I can't...
Right, when I get this accurate sense about how some of my wiring, some of my unthought through responses to stimuli are not serving me.
Get connection. Now I really feel loneliness. And that can then lead to deep anxiety, deep shame, I must be unlovable. Will I always be alone? Does nobody want to connect with me? Will I ever have a good close friend? And shame, anxiety. It just is built.
Yeah, that's how I have experienced much of my life.
Building inside of you, and that then can lead to depression. You can just slide into a dark hole that this loneliness and all of the thoughts that are going on in your head are creating.
And to try to escape from this dark hole, you might turn to porn or to drugs or to excessive religiosity or political activism to try to run away from confronting one's miswiring, how one is responding to stimuli in a maladaptive manner.
Creating inside of you. And that then, for many people, then sends them into even deeper isolation. Well, I guess nobody wants me, so I'm just not going to reach out at all. I'm not going to try anymore. It's hopeless.
So sometimes when I have to face the facts of how I am misaligned with regard to reality, it's absolutely devastating, painful. Tears come to my eyes, and I just want to lie down and just feel the pain and the loss and the shame flooding over me.
So I will just remain isolated. And that then just deepens the feelings of loneliness even more. So it becomes a vicious circle for many, many people. Now, what I have found over the years is a lot of people are going through loneliness, but they don't initially detect it. They don't initially even know that that's what they're feeling. So it's like they've been disconnected for so much of their life, they don't even know what to look for, that they're going through loneliness. So let me give you some of the signs that you might be sliding into loneliness.
So one way that we navigate painful reality is to tune ourselves in a way that we can ignore painful reality and live instead in a world of delusion because it's less painful. There's a great comment that I heard in Debtors Anonymous that debting is a disease of vagueness. And one way that I see people try to escape from painful reality is by being vague.
Have been going along feeling pretty good about stuff, but all of a sudden things are just feeling off. Now that could be loneliness, it could be all kinds of other things. But
Right, I feel strongest, most energized, most hopeful, most positive, most productive, the more connected I am. I feel off, I feel weak, I feel sad, I feel in pain, I feel angry and frustrated and ashamed and depressed, right, when I'm not connected.
What I want you to see is loneliness could be one of the things that's causing you.
Right, I spent so much time creating this online self because my real life self has not served me. And so I have often retreated to the online world where I can create an idealized self.
To feel a bit off in your body, emotionally, mentally. Then you find yourself antsy. It's hard to just settle down and do your healthy routines, to just be quiet, to just be content. There's something unsatisfied in you that's not
This is how I have gone through life. I mean, this guy just nails it.
Allowing you to relax. And then you notice that your healthy routines are starting to slip. So the things you used to do every day, you're just not doing them now. That you're letting them slide. And then you're spending more time in distractions, more times on social media, more time watching TV, more time in mindless activities. You begin to develop these feelings.
Right. The more antsy you are, the more you need excitement and distraction, right? The more you are misaligned with reality.
Thoughts that nobody loves me, nobody cares about me.
I remember complaining to my therapist about a particular community that I was a part of, and I said, I wonder if anyone there cares about me. And my therapist said, well, do you care about anyone in this community? It's like, oh.
And that can develop some pain, sadness, anger, hurt. All of those things begin to just bubble away below the surface.
So one payoff that I received from looking at pornography over the years is it made me feel powerful, that I was, a big deal, that beautiful women with whom I associated so much rejection and humiliation, but now I was seeing them penetrated, and therefore I was feeling more powerful in this delusional, porny world.
And then you notice you're becoming more negative in your thinking, negative about your friends, family, the world, your circumstances, and this growing.
Right. It exacts a huge toll when you have negative people in your life who are stuck in this kind of pattern. And so rather than just ejecting them from my life, I just try to turn down the dial on how much they're in my life, how intensely they're in my life, how frequently they're in my life.
Negativity is happening. And so what I want you to see is that your emotional world's getting more dark, your mental, intellectual world's getting more dark. It's pulling you in a darker and darker place.
Right. If my life's not getting better, right, if I'm not building in a positive direction, then the odds are it's devolving into this cycle.
And then when you do go out socially, you can be surrounded by people, but you feel all alone.
Like when I feel this crappy, people are not drawn to me. Or healthy people are not drawn to me, right? Only unhealthy, predatory, dysfunctional people are drawn to me. I remember when I first started posting singles ads in 1993, and when I would describe myself in positive ways, I received responses from positive, successful people. And when I emphasized my pathetic life, then I only heard from dysfunctional and predatory people. So we educate people on how to treat us. And out of my neediness, right, I've often been way too open, and I've educated people to treat me badly.
You feel disconnected from people. And that leads to a feeling of hopelessness. That just leads to a feeling, a kind of a persistent low mood. Then you can become very negative in your self-talk. Your internal critic is now putting you down all the time, telling you you're not good enough, nobody wants you.
Getting on ADHD medication significantly reduced these symptoms for me.
Or you can go to just obsessively thinking about relationships.
Yeah, I've often gotten up at 12:30 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, to see if a certain person has unfriended me on Facebook.
About some fantasy romantic relationship that's all.
Right, I've often tried to get a sense of control and strength and value by checking the statistics for my social media and blogging contributions. Right, pretty poor basis to find worth in life.
You need, and then you'll be good. All of those things are signs that loneliness is settling in. So if you got those, just pay attention to them as you move forward. Because the next thing you have to pay attention to is how people begin to respond to loneliness in unhealthy ways.
So the correlation is not 100%, but overwhelmingly people respond to what we put out. And so taking note of how people are responding to me, right, gives me a pretty good clue on what I am putting out.
So understand that loneliness initially in a child pulls them in a positive direction.
Right. I was such a miserable child that people thought I looked like a Holocaust survivor. Right. That was a term that was often used for Luke when he was 3, 4, 5, 6 years of age.
They feel lonely. They want to reach out and connect, to phone somebody, to talk to somebody.
Now, some people can fill some of this hole through connection with God or with a political cause or some pursuit, but usually that's just a distraction.
To get a hug from somebody. They want a friend. It pulls them to all of that authentic openness, connection stuff that's very positive. But what happens when complex trauma is in a child's life and they reach out and nobody connects with them? People just reject them, criticize them, they get more pain. And so now when they feel loneliness, instead of going in a...
Right, so when I was a child, when I was an infant, and I'd reach out, right, I'd be just as likely to be bounced off the walls as to receive solace. So that's how I developed this miswiring on attaching to other people who are good for me.
Positive direction, it now pulls them to further isolation, to destruct.
And I would retreat into my fantasies about becoming a great man. Right? I would receive solace and calming and fortification and strength and happiness from telling myself stories where I was great, as opposed to reality where I was not so great.
Self-harm type of behaviors, to hurtful thinking, to more negative emotions.
So one good thing about growing up in a religious community is that, in my experience, there's less bullying. And when I encountered some relatively mild forms of bullying, sometimes other religious, moral, upstanding people around would try to protect me. So I remember when I was working in the summer of 1982 or 1983 at Pacific Union College, and I said some horrible things. Right? I asked this Vietnam vet if he was a baby killer. And so other people on the cleaning crew responded to my hateful commentary by delivering some hateful commentary of their own. And then kind of a newcomer to our group, some immigrant from Latin America, like he's called them out and said, hey, stop bullying 40. Right? This is unchristian.
It starts pulling them in ways that...
Well, when I've been stuck in these self-destructive pathologies, I would yearn for other people to look beyond my self-destructive behavior and try to be the bigger man and to try to understand and forgive, right? I wanted people to understand my pathology so that they'd make concessions and try to be the bigger man. Not a good strategy, but that was the hope that would sustain me.
That might make them feel better instantly, but actually cause them more harm in the long run and make things worse. So here's some of the self-destructive habits that can come out of loneliness.
So for me, probably self-destructive habit number one was retreating to grandiosity, to dreams of greatness and delusion, attention-seeking, sexual and romantic fantasies, retreating to my abstract and intellectual pursuits. That was probably the least self-destructive. Neglecting self-care. So, yeah, often ignored hygiene, nutrition, didn't wear a jacket in cold winter days and hoped that someone would notice and give me a jacket. I remember feeling very warm when a friend of mine from my Orthodox synagogue saw me walking along without a jacket and says, we got to get you a jacket, right? It made me feel cared for. Listening to audiobooks makes me feel cared for. It reminds me of my parents reading to me when I was a child.
People can slide into substance abuse. They begin to drink excessively, use drugs, overeat. They're just numbing emotions. Or some engage in self-harm because self-harm causes opioids to be released in the brain, which causes them to feel good. It numbs the...
Right. I would freak at people who would cut themselves to try to deal with their pain. But I had my own methods of numbing myself, such as through my delusional fantasies and porn addiction that I used to numb my pain.
The pain. It helps them cope with the emotional pain. Some begin to neglect their self-care.
Other people embrace the culture of critique and embrace conspiracy theories and think, I may be a loser, but at least I see through the BS, and they pursue extreme political and cultural and religious expression as a way of escaping from the hole in their soul. Certainly did that myself. I looked for more in Judaism than Judaism was really well equipped to deliver, right? I primarily needed psychiatric help and medication for my ADHD and a retuning of my inner resources towards a more connected method of living. But I was hoping to shortchange all that by converting to Judaism.
They're just so full of anxiety and depression. They ignore taking care of themselves, their nutrition, and they begin to lose motivation. Others begin to slide into unhealthy social patterns. They can become extremely clinging. And
that's me. Being way too clinging for many people. Kip says, I'm drawn to 40 like a moth to a flame. Probably hints at my own self-destruction. Listening to 40 has its own consequences. Right? My audience is a reflection of me.
Now they want to over-attach. They force themselves on people.
Yeah, this is a humiliating strategy. When I discovered in 7th grade that you can call girls, there was one particular girl that I liked, and I called her every day, every afternoon, for weeks. Oh. Then my therapist said, look, you're 12 years old, right? You don't have to hate yourself now for this behavior when you're 12.
They become overly dependent on people.
So it was one Sabbath afternoon that friends from class, my 7th grade at Pacific Union College, had me over, and then they called this girl I really liked, and I didn't realize, I abstractly realized you could call a girl you liked, but they actually did it, and they said, who do you like? And they brought up my name without mentioning that I was there on the phone. She said, yeah, I kind of like Luke. But then I blew it by calling her every day.
To be there for them, to give them emotional support. They can wear people out with their neediness. Others isolate even further. Who needs people? They push people away. People try to reach out to them and connect, and they just push them away. They avoid social interaction. They ghost what used to be their friends, and they just go into total isolation. Some begin to slide into trying to create connection.
Right. There are still social engagements where I'm invited, where people want to bring me in, and I run away. I still do this.
Like they did as a child, not by being good, but by being bad. Let's create drama. Let's create a crisis. Let's get everybody to feel sorry for me, to rush in and rescue me. That's the only way.
Right. I had to stand out in some way, and if the only way I had easily at hand to stand out was to write about the porn industry, then I wrote about the porn industry to try to be outstanding in that sewer.
I'm going to get noticed. That's the only way I'm going to get connection. And then others, when people do reach out to them, they can't put the brakes on sharing.
I remember in my answering singles ads days, I connected with some frightening people. And as soon as I realized how frightening people were, pretty soon after, I cut it off. But what's that movie, Looking for Mr. Goodbar or whatever? As you get older, the overwhelming number of people that you can date are going to be as dysfunctional as you are.
Now, overshare. They talk. They don't listen. They say too much. They try to drive every conversation to this deep, intimate level about all their problems.
Yeah, that's how I've operated. It exhausts people. It's clingy. It's embarrassing. And most importantly, it doesn't work.
And that causes people to get tired of them. For some, loneliness pulls them in a negative direction of reckless or impulsive behaviors. So now they just want.
Right. I would try to fill this loneliness through risky sex, casual sex, some reckless spending, reckless attention seeking, reckless thrill seeking. Done all of these things.
Want a rush. They just want a instant gratification. So they get into casual or risky sex. Anything that gives them pleasure and some instant validation and some feelings of connection.
So in 6th, 7th grade, soon after I came to America and discovered American sports, the adrenaline rush that I got from following sports kind of filled this hole in my soul a little bit.
They impulsively.
And when I held down a gardening job, I would spend much of that time when I was gardening, like fantasizing about how I would construct the Dallas Cowboys if I was a general manager, how I would emphasize a ferocious pass rush.
spend money they don't have just because it feels good. It takes them out of their loneliness pain for a little while. Others get into reckless thrill seeking. Anything that gets the adrenaline going, doesn't matter how dangerous it is. And then others begin to go into escapism, avoidance. So that's your excessive gaming, binge watching of TV.
Right. If you spend an excessive amount of time performing online or interacting online, it's usually a sign that in reality you're not thriving.
Entering into fantasy worlds through books, through movies.
Right. I've spent more than 40,000 hours of my life just fantasizing and daydreaming excessively, maladaptive daydreaming, just imagining myself as a great general, a great editor of the Jewish Journal of Los Angeles, a great man in any capacity, the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys.
Through thinking, daydreaming all the time. They're avoiding living in now. They're dissociating.
And I would put a great deal of emphasis on reaching out to people from a previous place that I lived, because interacting with people in my present place was just, it required too much compromise. So I would just pour myself into writing letters.
Shading into an alternate world.
When I was confined to bed by chronic fatigue syndrome, I would make these audio cassette tapes where I would just share my thoughts and my feelings and mail them off to friends, and people would hear about what I was doing and they would dread receiving these communications.
That others have created for them, or they're creating for them.
Though there were kind people who responded, and that gave me the courage and the sustenance, and I reconnected on some friendships. So we can really help people who are desperate. And there is a part of me that's quite helpful that recognizes that fellow lost soul who reaches out to that person who needs some understanding and some kindness and a little bit of attention. Right? We have the capacity to help desperate people in these situations. And we can help without becoming obsessed and without enabling. We can help moderately and appropriately.
Just so they don't have to feel the loneliness. And then others seek.
So often people think, don't just sit there and do something. Sometimes though, the best thing is to don't just do something. Sit there, feel the loneliness, feel the pain, get clarity on it, write about it, and don't just act blindly to run from the pain.
Validation in unhealthy ways.
Right. I put so much energy into these podcasts and my blog posts, right? Seeking validation.
So they post provocative stuff on social media.
Right. When I was weaning myself off of porn and masturbation, I replaced that stimulation by posting very racially provocative and other provocative material on Facebook to try to fill the hole in my soul. And then I'd feel devastated when people would unfriend me.
Or overly emotional content, looking for validation. It's not really the validation they want, but it's better than nothing.
So I'm trying to build to a place where I'm not excessively seeking validation, where I put a greater emphasis on my own level of self-respect rather than what other people have to say.
Or they engage in toxic relationships. I'd rather have a toxic relationship than no relationship at all. So I will go out with somebody that I know is very unhealthy just to have a relationship. And then others, when they're in their loneliness, they just start to self-sabotage. They sabotage everything good in their life. They stop.
So I find when I'm lonely, I don't have the energy, I don't have the strength, I'm not seeing reality as clearly, I don't make as good choices, I'm not contributing as much to other people, I'm much more misaligned, I'm much more uncomfortable and jangly. It's a real alarm when the loneliness floods in.
Healthy daily routines and habits. They stop healthy relationships. They start missing work. They start.
There's a great saying in the Jewish tradition that one mitzvah, one good deed leads to another, one sin, one avera, one bad deed leads to another. And so I found a lot of help through the particular direction of various 12-step programs where I was able to start building on a positive direction for my life, beginning from waking up in the morning and then implementing healthy choices.
Neglecting their children. All the good things in their life, they start sabotaging. Now let me go to just how our...
So insecure was, I think, the first psychological term that I received when I moved to California in 1977. And another term that I've received a great deal is self-sabotage.
Culture, and I'm talking mainly about Western cultures, have contributed to loneliness. Because I think...
All right, I often hear about people talking about being a classical liberal, and the constructs of classical liberalism can help to create a great society for certain peoples. One of the ways that classical liberalism is misaligned with reality is in its individualist emphasis, where it treats people primarily as individuals when we function much better as parts of a tribe, parts of a community, parts of an extended family, right? The extreme individual focus of classical liberalism and Protestantism is a misalignment with reality.
This is an important layer in understanding loneliness. So loneliness predominantly is about lack of connection internally in significant relationships.
Right. It's an internal lack of connection. All right. It's a lack of ease, lack of self-respect for oneself. It's not primarily about the people who are around you.
But culture has fed into this to a degree. So number one.
And Glib says, I go for at least an hour-long walk at least 5 times a week. Unlike 40, my energy doesn't suffer from walking alone. But how would you compare your energy levels between walking alone and walking with somebody who you like? I would submit to you that you feel much more energized and much stronger and much happier and much better aligned with reality when you're walking and connected with someone you like than when you're just going your own way. I'll talk to you later, mate. Bye-bye.